grab these tools and start to figure out how to use them in ways that benefit the society. Those ways will differ from country to country, but this is not a time. I mean, this is a democratizing impact. Open source models with lower costs, and we need to. Everybody needs to start to figure out. We don't, nobody has the answers, but we need to start working on it. So now I'm going to just spend a very brief moment on something that I think is sometimes not well understood. I discovered this in the course of the discussions around the Human Development Report, which is we have had previous rounds of digital technology that had significant impacts on jobs and automation and things like that. And the way I'm going to describe this, I'm going to use the terms that were developed by scholars at MIT, including David Autor and Darren Asimoglu and others. So we after the internet bubble burst and people thought maybe it was just a fad, it turned out it wasn't a fad. there were big effects coming, and so they focused on what they call routine or codifiable jobs. And the characteristic of a routine job, and in this thing, think of it as a job or a task, sub part of a job. The person can do it, but the second and most and equally important is that we can describe precisely in logical steps the things that are required to carry out this task. And the result of those two things together, is we know how to do it and we know how to describe how to do it precisely, means that we can code it. And in principle, that means a digital machine, a computer, can do it. And that happened in the economy. So we don't have a lot of file clerks. We have virtually all major companies and institutions run on fully automated digital systems. You don't have general ledgers being kept by hand. You don't have errors. You don't have other things. This is full-throated automation. There is negligible machine-human interaction in this collaboration, and it was powerful. It's cheaper. The machines make fewer errors. They don't get sick. They don't have a bad day. They're faster. They don't get tired, and they run 24 hours a day. And it applies to systems, right? So I'll show you one in a minute. This led, when after some research was done, to what was claimed to be called job and income polarization. That is, the jobs that were automated away were by and large middle-class jobs, and therefore what happened to the income distribution is that it tended to push down the middle of the distribution and push up the tails, and that was an adverse distributional impact. I think of this as the kind of first really major intrusion of automation into the information and decision-making and coordinating layers of the economy ever, meaning before that we had, machines that substituted for humans in terms of energy and capacity and so on, steam engines, backhoes, and all that sort of thing. But the intrusion of machines into the cognitive layer, the layer that, runs the system, information, decision-making, information storage, really had never occurred before, or at least not in any major way. And so this is the first major intrusion. It's a very big deal, and it's important as an economic development. I would say studies of the impact on various countries in the developed world, at least, but going well beyond that, of the impact of this were, larger probably than the impact of globalization in terms of the movement, either the shifting of jobs or the movement of them. And you can see here, this is just data. I'll cover it very quickly. What happened when this, wave of technology hit is that non-routine jobs, both blue and white collar, continued to rise. This, I think, is American data, but you can see it in other places as well. While routine jobs, that's the bottom down here, started to decline. And why that's blank, I don't know. This is digital adoption. And I'll come back to that in a minute. But these are the percentage changes in employment shares by occupation group. So the routine ones declined and the other ones went up. Obviously, you would like the pattern to be people move to the non-routine upper end of the income distribution, which tends to be the non-routine cognitive jobs. But that's varies from country to country, but that isn't always the case. And this is the same thing in terms of types of employment, and you can see the same patterns. I'm going to play a video that shows you, a system that's powered by this kind of thing. This happens to be an Amazon distribution center. I won't play the whole video, but at the first part, you'll see robots doing things that people used to do, and there aren't a whole lot of people around in this. I don't know whether you can hear the sound or not, but here we go. This is an automated Amazon distribution center. These are Kiva robots, and what they do, they're basically under computer. The whole thing's under computer control. What comes into the warehouse, what goes out, restocking, everything. There's millions and millions of product SKUs in this warehouse, but the computers know where they are. And when an order comes in, the robots basically go to a set of bins like this, pick them up, and bring them to a place where a human being extracts the product that's being sold. So basically, if you sort of fast forward in this video, what you discover is that there is a person, and this person is doing something that at the time this video was made, robots couldn't do. They probably still can't do it, but I would say we're probably a small number of years away from having robots that can do this job. This job is called picking and packing. And then basically there's an automated system that moves the stuff into the packaging and so on. You can see in this warehouse there's not a lot of people. If you take a labor-intensive version of this is with literally millions of products in it, you would have tons and tons of people. So what I've just described to you is not artificial intelligence. And I think it's a mistake to think that way. And the reason it's a mistake is that it leads you to believing that artificial intelligence is just an extension of this, and it's going to lead to a similar pattern of full-throated. Try to describe why I think that's not the right way to think about this. So Eric Brynjolfsson wrote a paper about 3 years ago that's published in Daedalus. It's a whole volume devoted to artificial intelligence from the point of view of the people who are building it as well as the people who are sort of using it. And he called it the Turing trap. So Alan Turing, who along with John von Neumann probably gave us, the idea of the programmable computer. And Alan Turing proposed to assess progress in artificial intelligence by asking the question, can we produce a machine that when it interacts with a human, the human thinks they're interacting with another human? So this is kind of an advanced test of whether we've achieved artificial general intelligence of some kind or other. And that's okay. And, after that, up until recently, where there's been a proliferation of really useful benchmarks for artificial intelligence systems. Basically, artificial intelligence was benchmarked against human performance. So image recognition, which was a huge breakthrough around 2015, preceding the GenAI breakthroughs. The question was, can systems that are being developed beat the average human in recognizing objects and images? And the answer basically was, after 2015, the answer was yes. And that's okay. I mean, it's not the right way. It's not a complete version of the way to think about benchmarking and progress, but it's a natural one. It's the next step that's dangerous, which is you then say, well, now the machine does better than the average human. Why don't we get rid of the humans? And that is what some people, including myself, call the automation bias. And it's pretty powerful. when you look at the reaction people have to this, they think one of the things they think, other than it's potentially dangerous, is it's going to take away my job. And that the people who are implementing it, managers and others, are doing it on purpose to do that. And there's a history of it that associated with the technology I just described to you, under the codifiable routine job heading. But so where are we in this? Well, the neural network-based AI does enable machines to do some of the non-codifiable cognitive activities that humans can perform. In a nutshell, that is the breakthrough. So the simple examples are: it recognizes objects and images, it understands natural language, it can follow a conversation, it can respond to you, and recently it can actually do complex tasks on its own on request. So it's a transformative major change. But what I'm trying to convey is that the notion that the main effect of this is going to be just full-throated, expansion of the jobs or sub-jobs or tasks or parts of jobs that are automated is I think a bias that we need to try to resist. So this brings us to AI, and there's no question. There's a dramatic expansion in the range of things that digital machines can do, because it removes the codifiable constraint. I think it's important to note at this point that not all AI is generative AI. Generative AI is no question has got the attention of people, in part for reasons I'll come to in a minute, because the other stuff is a bit more remote, and not everybody can use it, and so on. So the question people ask is, well, if you expand the potential footprint of these machines, won't the main effect be another round of replacing humans with machines? I think the answer is partly we don't know, because we're in the early stages of figuring out how to use it, and partly it's a choice. This is the theme of the Human Development Report, which is if we collectively choose to exploit it mainly in that direction, that's probably what will happen. But that isn't the only direction available to us. And a word of caution. I give a talk here in Milan to a group of labor economists, and they obviously wanted to kind of have a discussion, the purpose of which is to figure out where we're going to be in 10 years as a result of the widespread implementation of this technology. And I made 2 points to them, which is that there are millions, literally, of organizations out there trying to figure out how to use this in the most productive and beneficial ways, whether they're in pursuit of profits or, other social and economic and health and educational dimensions of well-being. But they haven't figured it out yet. And so my point to these labor economists was, if they haven't figured it out, we're not going to figure it out before them. So relax. It's the understanding it is important, steering it is important, but figuring out where we're going to be 10 years from now is not a realistic objective. And if that isn't enough, the technology is such a rapidly moving target that it's very difficult to imagine that even if we could figure it out with the technology we have to, this week, in a few months, we'll have a new technological footprint to have to deal with. So this is kind of, kind of fun, but I think this video is interesting. So this is a robot, this ChatGPT in it, a large language model. And it shows several things, but I'll just kind of play it. So before I go on to AI and science, there's several things that I find striking about that. One, um, you know, there's the early rounds of response to GenAI models. So that they were just sophisticated autocomplete, uh, operations. But it's pretty clear from that at some level that we're still, in the process of understanding. These systems basically understand what you're talking about when you talk to them. The second thing that strikes, so for example, he said, "Can I have something to eat?" He didn't say, Can I have the apple?" That would have been somewhat less impressive. So that there's some level of understanding of, what this interaction is all about. The second thing that's striking about that is the latency. So if you had that conversation between a human being and another human being, the responses might have been very similar, but they would have been quicker. So the large language model is taking a few seconds to figure out what's going on here in response to each of these queries. And in behind that, there's a branch of artificial intelligence which is aiming to reproduce human beings' capacity to understand the kind of physical world around us. It's called spatial intelligence or physical AI, and it's an important branch, but it's got some ways to go to kind of catch up with the dramatic improvements on the cognitive side. So let me back up and predict. I think a reasonable guess is that we're going to have big impacts of artificial intelligence in the sciences fairly quickly, and that we are going to have large and impactful influences in our economies, but with a slightly longer time lag. And the reason for that is that in the economic sphere, you have changes in behavior, changes in business plans and models, changes in organizational structures, and so on, all of which kind of take time. And we know this from past examples of adoption of new technologies and so on. But the impact in science is really quite dramatic. So the Nobel Prize, which has no category in computer science or artificial intelligence, awarded somewhere between 3 and 5 Nobel Prizes this year in 2 categories, physics and chemistry, to people who are doing essentially artificial intelligence in the sciences. John Hopfield at Princeton and Jeff Hinton, who's viewed as the kind of godfather of the neural network-based artificial intelligence. That's in physics. And then in chemistry, you had the 2 people who led the development of a project called AlphaFold at DeepMind, which I'll describe in a minute, and another man named David Baker, who was using AI similarly to try to create new proteins. And so I think the thing that's most visible now is that AI is a major set of advances in the biomedical and life sciences. But I think you can reasonably predict, by talking to the experts, that you're going to see similar things in material science and physics and so on. I know that's not the subject of what we're talking about, but if you expand the kind of horizon a little bit and ask, what are the long run, what's the full portfolio of impacts on our lives? These are going to be important elements of it, even though, the science will take a while to turn into things that involve drugs, new vaccines, understanding genetic, origins of ailments of various kinds and so on. This is AlphaFold. So many of you know this, and I'll cover it very briefly. But DeepMind set out, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, after they mastered the game of Go, to predict the 3-dimensional structure of proteins. Why is that important? It's important because if you don't know the 3-dimensional structure of a protein, a protein is defined by a sequence of amino acids. If you don't know its 3-dimensional structure, you have relatively little idea of what it's going to bind to, how they'll interact with each other, and so on. This is a process that can be done in a lab. It takes a highly trained group of people between months and years to do it. The AlphaFold project essentially took 2 years and succeeded. So they took basically our knowledge of biology, a database of known protein structures, and produced an AI that predicts the three-dimensional structure of any protein you give it. They did this, by the way, from in economic terms, is productivity enhancing. It's just a huge head start for scientists who have to sort of determine the three-dimensional structure. It's not full automation. This is a prediction machine. Its prediction is not always right. This is an important concept that applies across the board in artificial intelligence, but it's pretty good, and it is a huge head start. So it's an accelerator a dramatic accelerator of research. They then did an interesting thing, which I think you're going to see more of, which is this is basic research, even though it was done by a company. They did not try to monetize it. They took the 200 million known proteins in the world, predicted the three-dimensional structure, and published it as an open source database. So biomedical and life sciences scholars and scientists in essentially 160 countries, 2.5 million of them and counting, are using this in their day-to-day work. This is a kind of massive, impact that I think we can expect in other fields as well. So what is special about GenAI? One is they appear to really do understand by making connections of the type that may or may not be analogous to what happens, in our neural systems. But they seem to be able to understand at some level of depth what's being asked of them. They're accessible. I mean, the LLMs had ChatGPT had 100 million users within 2 months. It's never happened before with any technology. Because you don't need technical training to use it. You can get better at using it, and practicing giving it prompts and so on. But basically, it's not unlike all previous versions. You can't, sit in your home and do image recognition, or large language processing or other things, but you can with this. But I think the most striking thing about it, other than some superhuman characteristics that I'll come to in a minute, is that it has a human-like ability to understand what you're talking about and switch domains. So you can talk about inflation and change to the Italian Renaissance and then talk about, ask it to do computer coding. And you don't have to say we're switching domains. You don't have to use a different system. It just does it, right? This is what we used to think of as a distinctly human characteristic that these machines seem to have. And so search has evolved a little bit in this direction, and search was an early version of artificial intelligence. So here are the breakthroughs in AI. I won't spend a lot of time on them, but if you're interested, I can leave these behind. And this is the models becoming cheaper to use. This has been driven by innovations both, all over the place, but especially in the United States and especially in China. And over on the right-hand side, you can see this thing called DeepSeek. That's the Chinese, GenAI models. There were actually 3 of them. The one that got the attention was the reasoning model. It came out in January and produced a kind of very big shock in the kind of global system. So the stocks of the American side, people who were producing GenAI went tanking down because people thought, gee, it doesn't cost as much as we thought to build these models. So that was a very big deal. And as I mentioned before, I think it's a part of the process of, in the open source world, democratizing access to these things. And the gap in terms of performance of the models between the United States and China is closing rapidly. It's still a little bit there, but it's not anything like what people thought it was going to be even a few months ago. Now I want to talk about, this is work. So rather than discuss it in general, let me describe briefly a paper that came out about a year ago, a little more than a year ago. There was an early study of generative AI in a particular work context. So the setup is there's a company that is doing customer service for customers who, have technology that they've purchased from them, right? So think of it as, I can't connect to the network, or, the system keeps crashing, or things like that. And this customer service operation, was done by people. So this is not automation. And they recorded literally tens of thousands of hours of customer service, customer interactions. And so this particular case study involved taking those thousands of hours of recorded interactions and training an AI model using standard measures of performance, like did the customer service agent solve the problem? How long did it take? How many people can they serve? Was the customer satisfied? Were it pissed off? That's a technical term, and etc. And then so they trained it, and then they basically took the customer service agents in a range in terms of experience, and gave half of them the AI, which was basically a sidekick, a collaborator who made recommendations about how to go about solving the problem in real time as the customer service agent was dealing with the person. And the other didn't get the AI, and it didn't get the AI assistant, the trained one. And the effect of that was a 14% almost immediate improvement in productivity by any conventional measure. But the most interesting thing, I think, from the point of view of development and distributional things and so on, is if you looked at the impact across a range of customer service agents arrayed by either performance or experience, and they're correlated, right? Because experience, involved learning, and people got better at it the longer they'd been doing it. And on that score, the impact for the most experienced agents was, significant, but the impact for the inexperienced customer service agents was, I think, 35%. And so there's a leveling up effect in this operation. That is, the way the AI impacted performance was to dramatically improve the performance of the people who were high up on the learning curve and a long way to go on the way down. I'm not trying to suggest that this leveling up effect is universal, but if you stand back and think about it, the notion that you could use AIs as assistants, as collaborators, to bring people, to increase their productivity and bring them up to speed, even if their experience and other characteristics makes them potentially laggards in that respect, is a pretty powerful potential source of beneficial productivity growth, but with beneficial sort of distributional characteristics as well. What I was reminded of when I first read this paper was the London taxi drivers before and after Google Maps. So before Google Maps, basically, you needed 5 years. I'm making this up, but it's, directionally right. 5 years of training, navigating around London before you were competent to drive people around in a taxi. And now you have Uber and Google Maps. And that doesn't mean that the most experienced taxi drivers aren't better, but the gap is dramatically lowered by technology. So that's the customer service case I just described. I want to, the other thing that's distinctive about, the artificial intelligence systems is that they have superhuman characteristics that are important, and that take you away again from the automation discussion and in the direction of enhancing human performance with machine-human collaboration, or what is sometimes called augmentation. So one of the ways I describe this to myself, I'll share it with you, is that we're not very, very far away in terms of, number of years, I hope, given that a growing number of people on the planet have access to the internet at reasonable data rates and speeds through the mobile internet. which, by the way, is about 20 years old, little less. That it, the way this is going, almost everybody is going to have access to a digital assistant or whatever you call this, thing that's with you, that has the following properties. It's read everything in every language, and at some level has understood what it's read and can answer questions about it. So what does that mean? Well, I think of myself as a fairly curious person who occasionally does research. The internet made it a lot easier to get data and do research. This is a kind of a giant step in the same direction forward. In that, anything I'm curious about, I can do. So what's the impact of that? Well, it's probably multidimensional, but I think of it as a powerful tool for people who are curious. You don't ask it anything, it won't tell you anything. But if you do, and it's stunning what it knows. I mean, I've asked it to. I have friends who've asked it to design air conditioning systems. I mean, it just goes on and on. And I think one of the things we're going to have over the next few years is a library of use cases, so everybody can learn with concrete examples how this stuff works. So what are these superhuman dimensions? So, humans can't do what I just described. You can't read everything. So they have speed. They can detect patterns that we can't detect in all kinds of places, including complex systems, etc. So these are important dimensions of the way they will be used, but the main message I hope I'm conveying to you is that when I look at all these use cases, and admittedly we don't have a complete library yet, by far the most interesting applications of this technology are under the heading machine-human collaboration for a number of reasons. One, we have complementary characteristics and comparative advantages, right? We have kinds of judgments and emotional maturity, hopefully. They have, superhuman abilities to ingest information and process it and detect patterns and so on. It's a natural element or, place for collaboration rather than trying to replace them with us. Now, I'll come to this in a minute. So what's going to be the impact on work? I've tried to make the case, I can't prove it, but that the best use of this is in the machine-human collaboration mode and not full-throated automation. But that doesn't settle the issue. So, yes, there are elements of automation in this. When these things they'll write the first draft of anything. So doctors have to spend, 35% of their time writing reports that they can't spend with patients. The machine will write the first draft of the report because they'll have access to all the data the doctor has and recordings of what they said and the patient interactions and so on. That probably saves 80% of that 35%. That's a pretty big effect. Now, where will it show up? Well, if the doctor plays more golf, it won't show up in the economic data. But if they see more patients or have a little more time to deal with patients, it'll enhance both the quality and maybe even the quantity of deliverable healthcare, et cetera. I mean, we don't know because this is all going to, happen when it's kind of implemented. But it's an example of what we're talking about. These things write computer code. And I'll tell you a story about that. You do have to learn to use this. So at the Paris, summit, I guess I would call it, a month or so ago, they had a number of panels, and the French mathematician who works at BCGX. BCG is the consulting company. BCGX is the part that produces digital products for their clients. And they have a lot of software engineers, and so they used the GitHub, which is a computer coding AI. They gave it to the software engineers and said, and with the expectation it would increase productivity. And what happened is after a couple of months, the measured productivity effect was essentially zero. And they were a little puzzled by this, so they went to investigate. And what they discovered is that the software engineers hadn't changed their behavior. They were writing code, and GitHub was writing the rest of the line of code. autocomplete in a kind of fairly sophisticated form. So, but they said that's not how you're supposed to use GitHub. Or an AI that does computer coding. You're supposed to tell it what you want and let it write the code, and it'll be the first draft, and then you have to fix it. And so they got a bunch of trainers in to help the software engineers stop doing what they used to do and asking the machine to write modules of code on their own, which they would then revise, supervise, check, etc. And then when they did that and people started behaving that way, then the productivity effect was apparently really quite large. But even that doesn't sort of solve the problem, which is, so suppose we do have a big productivity effect when we have fewer jobs. Won't we, put people out of work? I mean, to get to the bottom of this, you have to make guesses about things that are hard to guess about. But the most important thing I want to say about this is, increasing productivity probably doesn't, in the end, reduce the total number of jobs. At least there's not many historical examples of that after transition periods, which can be quite long. But what people tend to think of is they, hold variables constant. So if you fix the output and increase productivity, then you need fewer people to get the job done. That's absolutely true. But the problem is fixing the output. So for economists, this is easy to understand. The question is, what are the elasticities of demand with respect to price and quality? And those vary, right? So I would imagine at a micro level that when you look at this, what you'll discover is that jobs will disappear in low elasticity, demand environments, and they'll increase in high elasticity environments. Seems like a reasonable prediction. So people who write media copy will probably need fewer of them. I don't imagine the demand for that is, very highly elastic. And we do have what we call in economics essential products, which are ones with very low elasticities. So those would be candidates for job loss. On the other hand, there's, high elasticity demand. And people say, we'll need fewer software engineers. And I think to myself, well, maybe, but we're building entire economies in part on software kind of platforms and infrastructure. So it's not obvious that that's the direction we're going. So I think, you can think, economists are particularly well trained to think in a, structured way about where the effects are going to be. But I think the aggregate effect is not obviously, catastrophic. But the reasoning we just went through suggests that there's going to be considerable turbulence at a micro level as people have to change jobs or change the way they do the jobs they're doing, or et cetera. And that's not always an easy process and requires careful thought and social support and other mechanisms to kind of get the job done. So this is not dismissing the notion that this could be pretty disruptive, but it may not be disruptive because everybody's going to be unemployed. It may be, disruptive because we've all got to learn how to do our work, whether we're scientists or economists or, production workers or almost anything else. The other thing is, this is a massively general purpose technology. And when you go look at the places it can be applied, it doesn't look like the automation version in the middle class territory. It looks like it's kind of across the board. In fact, if there's an area in which there's some question mark, it would be in the low income area, that is blue collar jobs all jobs have cognitive, components to them. So, you can't dismiss the notion that you'll have some impact there. But the magnitude of that relative to the kind of physical work varies. And so I think that world, having positive impacts that are kind of across the board, upper income, cognitive work, work from home, middle income, complex systems, et cetera. If it's going to be across the board, we're going to need further advances that are starting to be talked about in robotics as well, because we're going to need robots that help people do those things. So here's some examples. I asked Gemini. I said good morning to Gemini. I live in Italy. And Gemini said, "Good morning. I notice you're in Milan. It would be appropriate to say buongiorno, which is good morning in Italian." I thought that was surprising. Then I asked Gemini to solve Pythagoras' theorem, meaning produce the proof. This is one of the classic proofs of Pythagoras' theorem, as most of you probably know. And it produced this. It couldn't produce the diagram, but it produced this proof, so I thought that's pretty good. It still got a ways to go in solving complex reasoning problems, I have to say, and there's, detailed literature on that. Now I'm moving in the direction of not only generative AI, but agents who autonomously do a bunch of things. So I did a fairly standard thing with Gemini. Gemini is Google's LLM. There's another product called Notebook LM, which is quite useful if you want to summarize literature. But I won't go into that for now. I'm happy to answer questions about it. So I asked it about the best books to read on the Italian Renaissance. I'm not interested in having these things tell me what the Italian Renaissance was about. I'm interested in telling me what do I need to read. Well, I happen to have read Vasari, The Lives of the Artists, when I was younger. So it was kind of a test to see if it figured it out. It's the classic book on, so it did a pretty good answer. This is part of the answer. It took it about 5 seconds to do this. But at the end, it said, would you like me to give you a detailed research report on this subject? And I said, yes. And that link will take you to the detailed research report it gave me. It's 11 pages long with another 7 pages of footnotes. And the footnotes are all the websites they went to. And it's like it's references, really thing. So it was pretty impressive. So if I wanted to get started on doing research in this area, I would view this as a pretty powerful tool. I think you can do this in anything, ask about the regulation of, derivatives markets in Pakistan, and it'll probably give you a pretty good answer. So the final set of things I want to talk about again briefly is the digital technologies, not all of them relying on AI, I think have something that's not appreciated very much in the West, but is terribly important in, emerging economies in the full range, from low to very high middle income countries. And that is all of these economies have, and I would include developed economies in this as well, have underserved populations because of remoteness. They're in a low service density area, or they're too small to be profitable using, and serviceable using traditional channels, or they're anonymous, right? We don't know anything about them, right? I mean, the most extreme case of that would be they don't have a birth certificate, or anything else that identifies who they are. And so you see a proliferation of systems that provide people with digital identities, Aadhaar in India, etc., but across a wide range of countries, to make sure everybody has that first, most important step in being access to the quote formal part of the economy and the financial system. Once you get to that point, provided you've got enough infrastructure, and infrastructure means this digital infrastructure, so you need connectivity, you need reasonably high speed, and you need low data rates. So I looked at the Indian case because Aadhaar dealt with the identity problem. The Geo revolution basically dealt with the accessibility. So they doubled the number of mobile internet users from 400 to 800 million. And I'm sure this is happening in other countries as well, including yours. And certainly potentially it can happen. And then you have these real-time payment systems. I think you have one. You'll probably have to tell me more about it because I wasn't able to research it in detail, but it sounded to me like it was similar to the UPI. In India, And this is very important because once people start using a real-time, transaction system, not only do you get away from, you solve a lot of problems simultaneously. You can deliver, funds and services to people, without intermediaries where there's usually leakage. there's, you can increase the efficiency by avoiding having to go to banks, wallets work. But then you have AI-based services that you can deliver. But the key thing about the payment system is it generates data and starts to break down the anonymity problem. That's why I don't know who this is, right? I'm associated with a couple of efforts to use not just payments data, but I think payments data is critical, is social media data to do this thing. Now, it may make you a little bit nervous, but and you certainly need to have thoughtful regulatory activity around how you use data. But data is critical, and a good way to get a whole pile of it is through the payment system. One of the reasons why digital penetration in these dimensions is the highest in China of anywhere in the world, including all the developed countries that have legacy systems that don't work as well, is because of the mobile internet arriving early, and the e-commerce and other players getting into the mobile payment system quickly. So that would be Alibaba, Ant Financial, and then Tencent and WeChat Pay. But it's happening all over the world, and it's being driven by entrepreneurs all over the world. And a complete aside is one of the things that strikes me as the global explosion of young entrepreneurial activity in virtually every part of the world. It's really quite encouraging. They're going to solve problems. They're going to solve local problems because they know what they are, and they're increasingly going to have the tools to do it. So now AI appears once you have data, and you can do credit scoring and extend credit to people in a way you just simply can't with the traditional channels. You can with microfinance, but this is a kind of one way to describe it is it's a profitable and sustainable version of microfinance, and that is proliferating around the world as well. But you can also provide other financial services that are essential in unlocking opportunities to create and scale businesses like insurance, like asset management, like, it's, I think this is kind of, in terms of both growth potential and inclusiveness in those growth patterns, this is, one of the great opportunities that we have. And it's not just confined to the finance and fintech sector. It's in e-commerce, it's in healthcare, it's in education. It's probably in, a list that's much longer than we have time to. The healthcare one's interesting. I mean, it's now a kind of industry, but this goes back to the image recognition technology. A couple of young people at Stanford went to the dermatologist and said, can we use AI? Would you mind if we used AI to detect skin cancer? And they said, yes, so let's try it. So they assembled, this is hard work, about 120,000 images labeled as the training data. And they trained the AIs, and the AIs were pretty good. If the human benchmark is the dermatologist, they didn't pass the human benchmark. So when I teach about this, because I want to make a point about, healthcare. So I teach this in class, here in Milan. I say, well, this is an interesting experiment, right? They tried, but they didn't get to the human benchmark. So what do you think? And the students say, well, nice try, didn't make it, let's go on to the next one. And I said, why do you say that? And they said, well, I'm going to the dermatologist. And I said, well, that's presumably reasonable. So I'd probably make the same decision. I said, but what do you think of the fact that probably 80% of the world's population doesn't live anywhere near a dermatologist? And they go, oh. And then they start to realize that even the AIs that don't match human performance, so we talked superhuman and hitting the benchmark, but even the ones that, is provided they're good enough. If it's just rubbish, of course, they're not useful at all. But the skin cancer ones are actually pretty good. And so I said, it's pretty clear, if you have people in low access service areas with respect to this particular service, then maybe a tool that tells you there's a probability you got a problem and it might be worth getting on the train and going 85 miles to a high service providing area. Bottom line is it's a tool to be used in preventive primary health care, right? You do exactly the same thing with diabetic retinopathy, because you can take a picture with your iPhone of the retina and have a preliminary assessment of whether there's a problem developing or not. Diabetic retinopathy, as most of you know, causes blindness if it's not treated. These are just examples, but what I'm trying to say is there are going to be more and more of them. And so the kind of high level thing is we want, well-trained young people with the tools and financing available to them to go exploring these things, and it's a critical element in development. Final comment is, a couple is AI agents are the talk of the town now. These are entities that not only answer questions, but you give them a task, a fairly complex task, and they kind of go do it and come back to you with a solution. So writing computer code, developing a whole app. You can say, I want an app that gives me the best restaurants with recommendations in real time, in Islamabad, and it'll write the app. This is in development, but we're not very far away. Self-driving cars, tell it where you want to go. You don't have to say turn left, turn right, etc. Drones, planning a vacation, etc. The list is going to get longer. The last thing I'll just mention on the way through is that these things are, much of the discussion and the impact on employment focuses on machine-human collaboration, where you're talking about a single individual, but actually these are collaborators for very complex systems, meaning tools that make very complex systems work better. So global supply chains in a shock-prone world like the one we're living in now need agility, resilience, rapid responses to shocks. The AI-powered machines are just way better at that, in part because they can understand the configuration of the complex system and then optimize its reconfiguration in a way that's just very hard for even collections of human beings to do, and they certainly do it faster. You have ambient intelligence systems like in hospitals that listen to everything, and then kind of keep track and whatnot. I ran into an Indian entrepreneur who had invented a pad you put under the hospital bed that detects most, if not all, of your vital signs. They're connected up to machines. They don't have to stick things in their arms, and it increases the response time. So, in a intensive care unit, you have one nurse per patient. In a non-intensive care unit, you have 6 patients per nurse. They have to go on breaks, etc. These things monitor things in real time and produce a response in terms of crises that are very fast. I asked him, where did this technology come from? Because, even with a mattress above it, detects tiny changes in things like heart rate and whatnot, temperature, etc. He said, I used to work for Ferrari in Formula One racing, and our job was to monitor engine performance, and the tiniest vibrations we had to interpret and determine whether the engine was having a problem, what kind of problem it was. And after a while, I left that, but I realized the technology for diagnosing these tiny little changes was applicable in the healthcare area, completely out of the blue. You've had pretty devastating floods in Pakistan. There are 2 forecasting tools from Google's DeepMind. One is what they call nowcasting. It's very short-run forecasting, and it can predict precipitation anywhere on the planet with high accuracy within a 5-kilometer radius every 15 minutes. For 12 hours in advance, and it does it in under 1 minute. And then there's a longer range forecasting thing that is much more accurate over a longer period of time called GraphCast. Um, these are the early things that we're going to see in this domain. And so why don't I stop there? I hope I've said some things that enable us to have an interesting discussion at this point.
Thank you, Professor Spence, for enlightening us on a very important topic. Now we have like two discussions. Without any further delay, Professor Khalid, please.
Right. Thank you very much, and thank you for Professor Michael Spence for setting up a very long scene, and I think it's very little we could add into, but I think I'll go straight into the point that how does this relate to Pakistan and what may be the challenges and opportunities in terms of adopting or using AI and the future of work. And I think I'll start with something slightly a bit controversial. And I think this disruption is opening up a lot more opportunities in Pakistan concept and in the context of Pakistan. And the other point I will make to Michael is that to me, AI and proliferation of AI in Pakistan scene is actually extending our middle class workers rather than depleting it. And the reason, if I start with, you need to think about in terms of developing economy and developed economy in terms of percentage of industrial input into the GDP. And where we stand in Pakistan, I think we're talking about less than 10% of GDP is coming from the industrial sector, much less than that actually. And the industry, our GDP is mainly based on our service sector.
Yep.
And the impact will be more positively welcomed in our service sector. And the four major areas of service sector, I think closest to industry will be the agriculture, and I'll come to that, how it can impact in the agriculture.
Yeah, agreed.
But closer in terms of the service sector is the, in terms of finance, is the banking sector, in terms of healthcare, in terms of education. And these are the major three sectors in which we think there will be a positive gains coming in from people adopting even the second generation of IT, if you say that is not even AI or generative AI. I think we have to get to that stage. So I think in terms of repetition of work and how that can replace automation, I think we have a little problem in that. And what I'm seeing is that, right, I mean, okay, I mean, I spent 40 years in UK. I know that even the largest city has only one major bank remaining in terms of its branches. All the other branches have gone altogether. So I think that's what I see the impact will be in our banking sector in next 10, 15 years' time. In healthcare, perhaps there will be some elements of that. I think the fourth thing I've mentioned, and didn't mention last when I was saying the fourth sector, is the legal system. I think we have a large legal system. And the examples which I have from even the New York, the use of the elementary work which is done by the junior lawyers will be gone away altogether. The example was that in New York court, they put a knowledge-based system in there, and they found out 70% of the cases been resolved within that New York County or somewhere else. So they had a case to bring in very quickly from there and to resolve the case further on. So these are the area. But I think the main impact will be, as I say, in terms of bringing AI, and I know that when I started doing AI with my PhD in 1987, University of Birmingham, and all this robotics and AI came in front of me. Right. We had a season which was, we call it as autumn season of AI from 1995 onward for 10 years. Because the AI was generating intelligent codes to be used by intelligent persons. Though it has creeped into technology like we have the Canon systems and automation, automated focusing in Canon systems, automated washing machine using fuzzy logic controllers and so on. That was all coming in terms of automation. But the human use was not utilized until we brought the intelligence for the common use. And I want to be controversial here, and maybe I'm not demeaning anybody, but just take my words with some caution in there. So we, in Pakistan, we have to bring AI or artificial intelligence for the commons, not only for the commons, for the illiterates, and for the for people who
Yeah.
are not intelligent, if I want to say it, and please take it with a pinch of salt. I don't mean wrongly in that. So, and that was
No, I
I'm saying.
understand.
If you think about 70% of our population, 64% engage with the agriculture sector. What they need to know is the next year what crop they have to make, what the crop they should produce, and when to harvest, how much quantity, and which places. And that's what I think they need to have a simple apps in local languages in the mobile where they will be getting all this information. So we have to bring that AI and use of AI to that level where we can increase the productivity of these simple, non-intelligent people to bring the productivity level. So the productivity, the way you perhaps in the economics terms measure or calculate, I would say is not macro productivity, you can say it, but the micro level, we are talking about perhaps the efficiency and the effectiveness of their routine work, how they can improve it, and that may reflect at the productivity level at the GDP once you want to calculate it. So from that angle, I think I see there are more opportunities with these disruptions coming into our very undeveloped society where the adaptation has a lot of gains to take on. I think I'll stop here and I'll let other
Thank you,
colleagues
Professor Khalid. Now, Dr. Huma, please.
Thank you so much.
Very interesting.
This was an extremely enlightening lecture, especially because I don't come from the field. And then also because of that, I will bring in another perspective. When we talk about AI and the tech drive, and the plentitude and convenience that it will bring, it is largely where the conversations are about the developed world. In the developing countries and in countries like Pakistan, the transition may be very difficult. But having said this, I would also like to bring in yet another dimension into the conversation, and the world that we know today, it is about power relationships and power equations. And the biggest question, perhaps as a social scientist, that comes to my mind is that what will AI do to state-society relations, to interstate relations, and to the global dynamics? Because it is not about how widespread tech would be or how intrusive or intensive tech would be. Essentially, the question is that who is going to control it? And in addition to that, what we see right now is that how tech giants are controlling governments, controlling elections, controlling who's going to come into power. So essentially, will it create, and we also at the same time talk about its accessibility and it being user-friendly. So having said this, coming to the basic equation of power in our world, will it diffuse power or it will concentrate power further? And then a subsequent question, which is now being asked very openly, is that is this artificial intelligence at some moment in time and not too far into the future convert into alien intelligence? And are the humans ready to address it? However, the consensus for now is that perhaps we should go ahead with it, and countries like Pakistan need to be both intellectually and strategically competitive. That is given. There's just one more point that I would probably want to add, and yes, it has done things for the world. It has beaten the Go board game. It has beaten the chess players. It has solved the 2-decade-old riddle in biology, and that should give us progress. That should ease us out of healthcare issues, give us plentitude, essentially. But when I talk about Pakistan, there are certain issues that I want to point out towards. And of course, the fact what my contemporary discussant just said about Pakistan being at that level, to become widespread and consumerism bringing it to a level where it benefits everybody and anybody. That remains a question. But right now, the reports suggest that 17% of jobs in Pakistan are at high risk due to automation. Then a study by the World Economic Forum estimates that by 2030, up to 1.2 million jobs could be displaced in Pakistan if automation continues at its current pace. And it's not at high pace, by the way. And adequate workforce planning, mass employment could become a severe challenge. Having said this, another thing that I want to bring in here is looking at it through the gender lens, because I, being a woman, cannot not bring it into the discussion, and that is women face an 11% risk of job loss due to automation compared to 9% men. It is estimated that 26 million women's jobs in 30 countries are at high risk of displacement within the next 20 years, with a 70% or higher probability of automation affecting 180 million women globally. This is World Economic Forum. And then we come back to the situation in Pakistan. Pakistan wants to boast about the freelancing paradigm that has emerged, and how it has also broken the shackles of the degree and the university. But having said this, only 2% women do freelancing. So for it to be inclusive, there is a lot more that needs to be done on the ground. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It is awesome. Please.
Good.
First of all, thank you for giving me a chance to chair a session in the presence of Nobel laureate. It's truly an honor, sir. So I will only talk a very little bit about this revolution, comparing it with the industrial revolution of 18th century. If you have seen the Lauren and Hardy movies, and in particular Charlie Chaplin's silent talkies, there's a lot there. You can see how technology had created problems for humanity. But we have learned from history and from experience, and we are coping with all the changes that have taken place. Now, this revolution, AI revolution and digital transformation, will of course pose the same kind of challenges, but at the same time it will also provide various opportunities. One aspect or one fear that many people talk about is that since Pakistan has low literacy rate, so there might be some problem in understanding and applying so many AI tools. I think this is a myth. Typical definition of literacy is no more valid. You know, what was the definition of literacy? A person who can write his name or her name and read a small letter. But you don't need to write letters now anymore. I was constructing a pizza oven in my home using fire bricks, and my assistant who was assisting me, the worker, he said, I'll come tomorrow, let's start tomorrow. And next day he came and he gave me the whole sketch, and he was totally illiterate, and he told me how to construct pizza oven because he learned it from Google and other tools, although Google is not an AI. But the point is that the formal, typical concept of literacy is not anymore valid, because people can learn from these engines and from these sources, and they can communicate. The objective of literacy is to communicate, to express your point of view, and to learn from other sources. So this is one point. The second point I want to mention is that I want to distinguish between intelligence and intellect. So artificial intelligence, the question is, maybe Professor will comment on that, will it also become at some stage artificial intellect? Because if that happens, then it is a real threat to humanity, because human progress and human development is not confined to GDP, employment and other things. A lot more is important. our happiness, our social interaction, our social capital. So if we are totally alienating ourselves from society and learning from machines and everything, you look at those videos, they're very frightening to me. Only the machines and there is no human. So if that happens, what will happen to our intellect and our social capital? That is a big challenge we have to address. I was also listening to a lecture by probably some intellectual in Karachi, and he was saying that we don't need typical education. We can close the schools and we can teach students how to operate computers and how to benefit from various engines and so and so. I think it's a very dangerous proposition because there are two sides of artificial intelligence. If you compare with the Industrial Revolution, that took place in Europe, right? But couldn't spread to developing countries because there was a huge physical distance. But that distance is no more valid today. We can virtually reach anywhere, from anywhere. So, the developing nations, they benefited from that because they could spare time. Women could use kitchen gadgets, washing machines and other things to save time. But we still left behind in terms of development because we only considered the positive or the user side. We never thought of being the part of the innovation. So if we look at this revolution, again there are two parts. There are countries, there are intellectuals sitting in developed countries who will be creating AI tools, who will be making algorithms and so, and we will be using. Of course, there is a benefit of using, but why about creation? Why not become part of the creation? And at this time, there is no excuse because there is no physical distance between developed world and our part. My last point is that because I am in education, what should we do in education? I think is a very serious matter. Higher Education Commission, Computing Council, universities and other such bodies should take a very serious note of how we are giving admission to students in computer departments where they learn computer technology, information systems, artificial intelligence, software engineering and all those things. There is a rush and flood of graduates coming out of those. What percentage of those graduates are really intellectuals who can contribute in the production side? Remember, we in medical colleges and engineering colleges, our admission used to be so tough. I think we have to take the same measures here. And the last point is that in our education system, we have to re-emphasize the importance of mathematics, statistics, and other technical sciences, which are very crucial to link ourselves with the artificial intelligence revolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ittazar.
That's great.
So before I come to Spence, I just like add one point. We have a panel on this reimagining the universities, how we can think in an era of AI. But just a small comment, and then when we talk about more of economics, there is always an optimal point, and beyond that, there is some kind of reversal. So if there is an optimal point for this AI, then there is a reversal. So what happened after that? Then it means we have to reimagine the demand of all those humans. Those are we just like pushing on the back side. So where is that optimal and how we can like ask for that point? So over to Professor Spence before we open for questions.
Well, gosh, I agree with everything that's been said, right, frankly. So I'll just comment briefly. We all have to learn to use this. So on the universities, I mean, because I teach, I had to decide that there's a lot of hand wringing. There's a lot of concerns that people won't learn basic arithmetic, that they won't write the papers themselves. Then people develop software to see if, you can detect a GenAI written paper, etc. I have a simple solution, which is, I think, driven by values and norms, which is we taught before we had AI, we taught students, to use references and to put in footnotes, all the references they use, right? So they weren't pretending to invent stuff they hadn't invented. So I tell them that the GenAI stuff is a powerful tool. Use it, right? It'd be crazy not to, but you got to reference it, right? You just have to say, and it is not an excuse for not learning stuff and conceptually. This power question, I think, is terribly important. You'll be pleased to know there's a whole section of the Human Development Report on who controls this. Can we arrange so it's controlled by the right entities and so on. This is a huge, big, challenging problem, and I wouldn't pretend that we've solved it. But to dismiss it and just say everything's fine and we'll plunge ahead with the technology is wrong. And so I just want to endorse that. And that it does involve, a number of subgroups, including women and gender and so on. So I think that's exactly right. I was intrigued, and this is the last thing I'll say, by the comment, at least in my part of the world, the nuclear, the AI autumn was referred to as the AI winter. And, but the interesting thing, of course, is that the conceptual foundations, as you well know, Professor, because you were involved in it, of the neural network-based AI that we now have, were developed, during one or more, cycles of the AI, whether you call them winters or autumns or whatever, I don't know. And I think this is interesting for the audience. The reason it's kind of bloomed now is a combination of data, high-speed networks, and a massive amount of computing power. So that, so you basically had limited ability to implement and experiment. So if somebody had written the Transformer paper in 1970, there wasn't even a remote chance that that you could sort of find out if it kind of really worked. So these things, came together, but intellectually, the AI is not a new development at all. And so I agree with that. That is extremely useful comments. On Pakistan, I think, the comment that the AIs will talk to you, right? So if you're illiterate, you can do two things with that. One, you don't have to read. That's one. And two, there's a whole batch of stuff designed to deal with illiteracy so that you learn the language by reading and having it read to you at the same time, which is very labor intensive, but the machines can do it now too. So I think there's lots of opportunities here. I take the point about the service economy. Fair enough. I think these are powerful tools in the service economy, and you need to deploy them. And the comments about where these sectors will, have big impacts. Agriculture for sure, partly because of biomedical and life sciences is part of it, and partly because of, weather forecasting, crop planning, climate, etc. All of these things are on the horizon. So I think the way I think about it is, the ball is going to be carried forward largely by young people. They tend to be the ones who are less risk averse and entrepreneurial. You have institutions that are able to train them well, and then you just need enough infrastructure, financial and other, physical, computing, etc., to turn them loose. And if you turn them loose, you'll get the results.
Okay, thank you. The floor is open for questions. Let's start with the Dr. Saab. Please go ahead. A very quick question, so rather than like a...
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm very much impressed
more and more questions.
This is Professor Dr. Niaz from Sakraia University. My question is that you just took some assumptions while describing the impact on the employment, that output can be fixed and then it might have negative impact on the employment. Though we relax this assumption and we assume that output is not fixed and the demand and supply aggregate in the world may change, but that's yet to be determined that what will be the impact, whether the aggregate supply would be higher than the demand, and how this will change the dynamics in the labor markets. Though you said that on average the 30%, 40%, the productivity of the labor force will increase, though we assume that automation biases and so on. As Dr. Huma Bakai said that the World Economic Forum has forecasted the impact in Pakistan near around 1 million people will be displaced from the jobs, but if you see the world over, by 2030, it's more than 90 million jobs. Though they have also forecasted that more than 90 plus million jobs will be created. But in what fields and what are the factors behind it, those are yet to be determined, and for that we need a lot of revolutionary changes, especially for the developing countries. My question to you is that with like high-tech giants who will take the major share in this technological exponential growth, you work on inclusivity. Do you think that this will further increase the divide between the rich and poor, and how this further divide will bring in change in the political economy and world political order to determine the relationship between the developed countries and the poor countries?
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, please. The last one.
Mm.
The last
Yeah.
one.
Hi, my question is for Michael. My name is Asim Saeed. I'm former member of the Planning Commission of Pakistan. Michael, my thoughts take me back to 1939 when Einstein wrote to President Roosevelt at the time to commence atomic research because they thought that the Germans were making the bomb. And then, innovation took place. It was a discovery. Bomb was created. Bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And then Einstein was completely against the concept of the use of this newly discovered innovation, the nuclear power. And I think he also said in his speech that the war is won, but peace is not. So now coming to present times, in the context of the way globally we see polarization, we see authoritarian regimes, do you see an AI nuclear moment, and any thoughts how we can avoid the potential fallouts of AI nuclear moment?
Great question.
The Professor Spence, over to you.
Okay. On the distributional impacts, which is first of these two questions, I would say there's two parts to it. I don't have any doubt whatsoever that the creators of these powerful tools are going to get rich, right? So at the very upper end of the income distribution, I think there's going to be a big accumulation of wealth, and you can already see it starting. And if your starting point is already a pretty skewed distribution of income and wealth, then you can worry about that. On the other hand, most people that I know who've thought about this, react badly to that portion of the income distribution when they think it wasn't earned, right? So I don't know many people who think, the world's best athletes who get paid a fair amount, in multiple sports, shouldn't get what they're being paid. So I'm a little less concerned about that because, if it's beneficial otherwise, then I think it's okay. Then you come to the part of the distribution, where 99% of us live. And there I think, while the jury's out, and you get different, positive and negative commentary, I think David Autor says the ILO the International Labor Organization is starting to say, if we do this right, we can deploy these technologies in a way that has, major benefits in terms of income, productivity, etc., for a very, very wide range of people. So, the way I think about it, having spent some time on it, is the potential is much more positive than the earlier rounds of this full-throated automation that I tried to describe to you briefly. But it's a separate issue from whether. So you kind of got three issues here. You're going to, for the 99% of us, how are we going to do? I'm hoping that's pretty beneficial in distributional terms. Will the top 1.5% or 1% or 10th of 1% get rich? Probably yes, because that's the way that system works. And then there's the question who controls, and that's the question that was previously commented on, and I agree completely with that. That is. That's right. Is this an AI nuclear moment? I think this falls in the category of it's a choice, right? So one of my thesis advisors was Thomas Schelling, the late Thomas Schelling. He was the person who more than anybody else was responsible for this sort of applied game theory that was the kind of underlying underpinning of how we got through the Cold War. Mutual assured destruction, deterrence, focal points, all that sort of thing. And I think, and he gave a lecture when he received the Nobel Prize in the early 2000s, and he said, one of the things that enabled us to get through 70 plus years after the nuclear weapons were used twice and never again was it became a taboo. That is, was value driven. And you paid an awful price, potentially awful price, if you used them again. And the reason I say that is, we have treaties that so far are still standing with respect to nuclear weapons. We have treaties with respect to chemical weapons. We have treaties with respect to biological weapons because they're horrible, right? And they should never be used. There have been a few violations of that, alleged violations, that I won't go into. But we need treaties. I mean, we need global understandings of when and how this stuff gets used. So a subheading would be, do we want to have fully autonomous weapons? That is, weapons who are AI-driven agents who are turned loose and free to make decisions with respect to targets and destruction with no human intervention at all, right? Nobody 5,000 miles away, piloting the drone, etc. I mean, we already, maybe have problems with warfare moving to drones. But I mean, this is obvious. So the answer is yes, we could, and that in some ways is, as I think about it, is no different than some of the other destructive stuff that we've managed to produce in the past. All powerful technologies have these positive and negative effects. I mean, I had a slide I didn't show you, which is a bunch of scientific and technological breakthroughs. They're coming so fast and furious, solar costs going down, etc. One of them is gene editing. Gene editing is just got huge potential in terms of, health outcomes and health care and medical technology. But it's also truly scary. I mean, you can do things with gene editing that never should be done. And there have been a few things that are on the border of violations of that. So I don't know if this is a good answer to your question, but I think whenever you get one of these technologies, you automatically acquire a set of responsibilities that are partly public sector, partly the people who are developing the technologies themselves. And the reason they're implicated is because they know more, right? I mean, the medical profession almost everywhere is partly regulated from outside and partly regulated from inside because they know stuff that the regulators who aren't in the medical profession don't know. And similarly, and I would argue in finance and many other areas. So I think a big item on the how do we move forward in a positive direction is getting two things right. One is global accessibility, right? We do not want anybody to monopolize this. I think the trends are positive, as I suggested, in that direction. But we need global cooperation. James Manika is co-chair of a high-level UN panel advising on the globalization of artificial intelligence, but it's early stages, and it's way too early to declare victory in are we going in the positive or negative direction?
Yeah, we have like 5 more minutes to take 2 quick questions. So please one,
Okay.
and then 2 quick questions, please.
Assalamu
Very quick
alaikum.
questions.
My question is from the vice chancellors. Two are currently running the two
Please ask
institutions.
question
One
to-
is the
sorry,
former vice chancellor
just to-
and then the Michael Spence.
Please, only one question to Michael Spence. No more questions, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question is
Or the
that
vice chancellor.
developed countries has did a lot of work to move toward the digital transformation. They have adopted the AI, GenAI models, but currently the Pakistan. Do you think so that the Pakistan need a massive transformation to revamp first the educational model, to adopt all type of the technologies, because currently we are you know that I'm a professor at the University of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, and I'm since 2005 I am teaching at the Institute of Economics. But I thought that though we have adopted all the international curriculum, but currently I thought that when we are moving toward the digital transformation, we need a lot of changes in our curricula. Without that, we can't reproduce the traditional, you know, that the same skilled
Yeah, thank you
worker
so much.
that cannot accommodate the
Please.
current changes. Thank
The
you.
question is very valid. We'll address this question in last session, that is about the reimagining the university. So please, over to you.
Okay, Professor Spence, this
Yes,
is Muin Bartley. I'm with Think Build Scale Private Limited. So my question is kind of related to the trade war, you know, which you mentioned that if anybody has a question right at the end, so I'm taking the liberty of that. So, you know, we see how globalization is collapsing right now, and how, you know, sort of low wages and low labor costs that sort of drove globalization is now creating a reaction in the form of the trade war. Now, if AI destroys jobs or sort of eliminates jobs in the future in a big way, there may be another backlash. So how can we preempt, seeing what's happening in the trade war, how can we learn from that, and how can we preempt another big upheaval, another big backlash if a lot of job elimination happens through AI? So that's my question.
Excellent.
Thank you for question. Just like one small question from my side. What Dr. Khalid said earlier, that there is a transition in the job market. If I gave you the example of PIDE, currently, previously we have some kind of jobs where they are handling manually, but now we need a lot of other people, those handle these digital devices. So this increases substantially the employment opportunity. The another comment that you know that yesterday we have a lecture by Professor Savati. He defined this productivity in terms of either efficiency or in terms of the real output that we are gauging. So if I'm using AI, probably I'm not using the intellectual part. So this undermines my productivity in terms of thinking process. To what extent we can afford these kind of lack of thinking process within the human? Because if we allow that to only AI, probably there will be an end point where the humans are not thinking and the only AI is thinking. Then what would be the solution at that time? Over to you.
Okay. you're going to have a discussion on the university, so I don't want to spend a lot of time on that. But to go back to an earlier comment by one of the panelists, it's education is about a lot more than just acquiring cognitive skills and passing tests. The pandemic, when we had to close schools, was a disaster because of the stunted emotional, non-cognitive kind of development that comes from social interaction, including especially among young people. So I'm not worried. About whether the university, let me put it differently. You got to keep the traditional elements of the university, kind of curiosity. You've got to know what you're doing in a classroom. You're not transmitting knowledge. You're trying to, spark curiosity in the people that you're interacting with, etc. And I think we can navigate that reasonably well. On the trade war, where to start? I wrote something recently. I can send it to you. So globalization is not really collapsing. It's morphing. And it was morphing before the Trump thing came in because of geopolitical tensions, especially involving China and the United States. It was, morphing because of, huge shocks, from pandemics, wars, climate shocks. You're eminently familiar with those, as are most people in the world now, because they're occurring everywhere. And so, globalization was starting to change. It's fragmented. It's more complicated. There's a national and economic security overlay on policies that govern it. And these shocks by themselves were producing a pattern of diversification in supply chains that we hadn't seen before. Now comes Trump, and you can see it as a kind of sharp change, but you can also see it in some respects as a kind of continuation of this. My own view is the United States is out of line here. I can understand trying to shift the structure of the American economy a little bit in the direction of moving some stuff back, right? But if I were going to do that, I would do it in a much more targeted way. There's a debate about this, but I would ask, what are the plausible candidates for moving comparative advantage in our direction at the margin, and focus on those? It'd be much more targeted. The highest reciprocal tariff that I could find in the list of 100 and some odd countries was Vietnam. Vietnam has become one of the major sources of labor-intensive, activity in textiles, apparel, and shoes. That is not a plausible candidate for moving stuff back to the United States, at least until we're way down the road in terms of automation. And textiles is one of the places that's proved pretty resistant automation, as opposed to, say, electronics assembly and whatnot. So I guess the best we can hope for on that dimension is sort of some mid-course corrections, so that you don't have this kind of broad brush approach. I mentioned, if you asked me to justify a 29 or 8% reciprocal tariff on Pakistan, I wouldn't be able to do it. But the other thing I think that I would say, just by way of helping people understand what's going on, is that the Trump administration, unlike all previous administrations, except for the earlier version of them, is extremely uninterested and even antagonistic to multilateral structures, right? Including the institutions that manage the day-to-day of multilateral interdependence. And that combined with the tariffs, we withdrew from the World Health Organization, we withdrew from the climate accords. I don't know how permanent this is, but at least I think it will last for the 4 years of this administration. So then the question is, so what's going to happen? Well, I don't expect a complete collapse of global trade and global financial flows and investment, and even flows of technology, which relate to what we talked about today. But if the United States is isolated by tariffs on everything coming in, I admit we may modify those in the next 90 days. Then I think what's going to happen is a number of scenarios. One is everybody goes their own way, throws up tariffs, and it's, what economists call a Nash or non-cooperative equilibrium. I don't think that's very likely because the major countries in the world, in both the developed and emerging category, ex the United States, I think that's suboptimal. China, Pakistan, India, Europe, Indonesia, so what you have is a Europe that's a bit confused, a China that's, antagonistic to the United States, but not the multilateral cooperation, and a huge set of emerging economies that want to be non-aligned, meaning don't want to choose, whose side they're on because they don't think that's beneficial. So I think the most likely outcome is that we'll construct over time, a usable version of global interdependence. Unfortunately, with the United States kind of missing from the architecture process. And I think the effect of these tariffs, if they stay on, is partly to isolate the American economy. The American economy is about 25 or 26% of global GDP right now. Well, that leaves the other 75%, which isn't small. And if it, decides to, it'll trade in beneficial ways. So I think that's probably where we're headed. In terms of globalization. And finally, there may come a time down the road when AI, is so powerful that we sort of say, oh, to heck with it, they're smarter than we are. We don't have to think anymore. And there's disagreement about when we're going to have artificial general intelligence. Huge disagreement, like in a few years to never. Would be the range. I don't know how to resolve that question, but I think for the next, let's call it decade or two, the challenge is going to be to manage these disruptive transitions that have been referred to several times in the commentary, because that's a big enough challenge by itself. And people are going to, get displaced, have to move to other kinds of activity and so on. And so I don't mean to dismiss the concern, but, right now, the configuration looks like we're better at doing stuff and the AIs are better at doing some other stuff. And so there's a benefit that, working together. But, who knows, 20 years from now, I might not be around to see it, but my frame of reference is let's deal with this now and we'll deal with that then.
Thank you, Professor Spence. So, on the behalf of
Thank you,
PIDE,
everybody.
let me join in thanking Professor Khaled, Dr. Huma, and Dr. Tazar, and most importantly, Professor Spence for allocating this precious time for us. So please join a big round of applause for it.
Thank you, everybody. I enjoyed being with you. Sorry I'm not there.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Follow up and talk.
Thank you. We'll see
Thank
you
you.
again. Take care. Thank you.
Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye.
Now I would invite Vice Chancellor PIDE to give a souvenir to our honorable discussant and chair. Professor Khalid, please. Professor Huma Bakai.
Thank you for having me.
Professor Tazar Saab. Group photo. Please, sir.
who's member at the Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives. I would request her to kindly come on the stage and lead this wonderful session. Thank you. Please give her a big round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to call on stage our panelists for today, Ms. Emma Fan, Country Director, ADB, Dr. Hadia Majid, Chairperson, Economics, LUMS, Dr. Fahim Jahangir, Director, Policy, PIDE. Yes, please. Ms. Mahnoor Salman, Co-founder, Atom Camp, Dr. Shujat Farooq, Director Research, PIDE, and Ms. Saima Hashim, Ambassador, Hoover Foundation. Welcome everyone, and thank you so much for joining us today. It is indeed a very critical and timely discussion that we are having on bridging the digital divide, women and youth as drivers. As we know that the largest population group within the country, and as well as users of digital technology and most relevant, are the youth, and the largest population that's growing or taking on to technology is women. So I think both these population segments are very important for us to discuss today. As we explore the transformative power of technology, particularly through the lens of women and youth, who are not only the backbone of our society, but also the key to a more equitable digital future. As we gather here, we are reminded that the digital divide is not merely a technological gap, but a social and economic chasm that perpetuates inequalities, especially in a country like Pakistan, where access to information and communication technologies is unevenly distributed. And we need to make amends, and we need to see how to bridge those. Women and youth in particular face unique challenges that hinder their ability to participate fully in the digital landscape. And I'm hoping that through our robust conversation today and a healthy dialogue, we're able to come up with some solutions, come up with some ideas. So I start with Ms. Emma, and a question that we can open up with is that as digital inclusion increases, how can we ensure that women and youth, their psychological, social participation, and the potential of this segment is used to its maximum?
Thank you very much. That's a really wonderful question, and this session is extremely relevant. I think inclusion itself, of course, includes all the population segments, and a major part is women and the youth. Women in particularly have been the excluded group from many, many dimensions. So integrating women into the segment will improve Pakistan's inclusion and inclusive growth. Then the question is really, so the kind of rationale and benefits of doing this needs no defense. The question is for over 10 years. So that kind of program, I think, is needed backbone infrastructure plus last mile connection and so on. The second one, as you have mentioned about this cultural, traditional, psychological types of barriers. Coming from China, I know we used to have huge barriers as well, even from maybe 2-3 generations ago. And many of my grandparents, my parents lived through that kind of generation, huge gender divide and barriers. There was a revolution which dismantled a lot of traditions, generation bad, huge good, and oftentimes the unproductive side. But of course, every country's context is very different. We don't need to replicate what others do. But the kind of awareness raising, starting from schools, families, communities, the gender equality types of education, I think is a fundamental and persistent approach we must undertake. And in the process, we also can highlight the benefits that digital technology can provide. Digital is something that can help us to unshackle the kind of barrier provided by distance, by borders, and it presents the whole world in front of our face. So I think one part is the type of hardcore infrastructure, last mile connection. The other part is the kind of a soft aspect, which is the cultural change that need to gradually take place. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Indeed, very pertinent points, and I think I'll pick up on one of those things to carry forward the conversation, and that was on awareness raising in school and education. So when I come to you, my question to you would be as a follow-on, how important do you think it is to address these issues even at that education institution level? I mean, where do we start? Do we start at home? Do we start at the education centers? Or I know she talked about cultural change, and it is a behavior and culture change and a mindset change that we're working towards. So if you could share some experiences of your own while you are speaking to the youth as well as women, and your thoughts about where do we start?
Thank you for that. I think schools or community centers or some place where the community can congregate would be a great springboard to inculcate some sort of societal change or to sort of accelerate societal change. Maybe have that social barriers being lifted the way that Ms. Emma was talking about right before me. But it is important for us to keep in mind that we have the highest population of out-of-school children. We do continue to see quite a lot of barriers when it comes to children going to school themselves, and those barriers tend to increase as you move from primary to secondary education. So I think we have to approach that with a lot of caution. But I would, while I agree with you that schools would be a fantastic way to start, we do have to also consider what's happening in the home. And here, when the set of questions that were shared for this panel, one of the questions was on public-private partnerships. And I think here we really need to start leveraging the kind of work that is taking place at the community level by so many of our organizations. So I'll give you one example. So there's a Huvat that has offices spread all over the country. And they provide loans to families. And their model includes the identification of households and then classification of those households based on how supportive the husband is or how supportive the male kin is. And the reason why they classify households based on how supportive the husband is to financial help being provided to the woman is because they recognize that barriers that are coming within the household because the male kin is not keen for women to access financial assets is one of the main barriers to women using that kind of, when it comes to loans or when it comes to financial assets. So if we tag on to this kind of idea that you recognize and identify support within the community and build on that support to sort of open doors for access, various types of access, whether you think about financial assets, whether you think about digital assets being in the physical space, so physical space versus the digital space, you need to be able to identify allies. Now, whether those allies are at the school level, or whether those allies are at the community level, whether that ally is in a mosque or in a church, we'll have to go on we'll have to approach that on a case-to-case basis. I also want to highlight here the power of EdTech. So the reason why I want to bring up EdTech is because when it comes to opening doors to use of digital technologies in schools for those who may not be very mobile or may not have access to the kind of resources that our urban children have, it's quite powerful. So I think it's important for us to look at different types of innovations that are taking place within the digital space and recognize where there is room for more improvement or where there is room for us to springboard off of existing technologies within the market and use that to deliver programming. Now, EdTech is usually being used to bridge gaps between urban and rural schools in Pakistan and give rural schools or peri-urban schools access to resources which are there in urban or more readily available to urban children. But you can also use EdTech to talk about the importance of digital spaces for labor market opportunities, for upskilling, for training, for youth. And in that way, if you start with 7-year-old, 8-year-olds, the hope is they'll go talk to their siblings, they'll go talk to their parents, and then you'll see that space opening up for other demographic groups as well. And we can start with schools and move on to community centers. Why not? Yeah.
Thank you so much. So if I can now speak with Dr. Fahim, what practical policy actions are needed for this to ensure that we bridge this divide? What's, in your opinion, the role of the government, donor, the private sector? I know we touched a little upon the private sector, but in your view, if you could give us a sort of a policy lens to this conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, it's a very important topic. It's a very timely conference. I know I'm a part of PIDE, but I'm not a part of the team, so I would like to congratulate the team for bringing up this very important topic for the conference. Digital divide, there is no, a debate on the subject that if there is digital divide or not. There is a visible digital divide between, if you see male and female, urban and rural. If you look at the PSLM data, it's a bit old now. It's 1920. You see there is a 31% educated youth is unemployed. So digital era provides a lot of opportunity to those who are unemployed. And if you look at gender-wise, these numbers go up to like 45, 46% all across Pakistan who are unemployed. So these digital platforms which are now available, this is actually is an opportunity for those who cannot avail or do not want to do jobs. Mostly in our culture, women, girls, they usually get graduated from universities and they prefer to stay home or they don't have support from their families to do jobs and go outside. So there is a lot of opportunities for them. So gap is there very visibly. There are socioeconomic challenges, there are cultural challenges. There are also challenges related to infrastructure. We don't have a very good infrastructure available. If you look at Islamabad, if you start traveling to Lahore, after you cross this G13, G14, your mobile network will start, telling you that there is no network. And on the motorways, the other areas, so there are several issues which are very visible there. So what I would like to emphasize before coming to the role of the government and development partners and the private sector is that we should now talk about digital empowerment. It should not be only like in the past decade or two, we were talking about economic empowerment, we were talking about social empowerment, political empowerment, but now it's the time that we talk about the digital empowerment. And I now believe that digital empowerment will bring in the other three empowerments at the individual level and at the family level. Well, role of the government, it's a very, you can say, an easy thing to tell government what to do. There are lots of complexities, there are constraints on the government's part, there's also high expectations from the private sector, but then I tell you that there are similar capacity issues in the private sector. They are not very open, or they're not ready to invest on every new venture in the country. So when we talk about the role of the government, if I only talk about one or two things, I think they need to aggressively expand the fiber optic network in the country. There are different numbers available on the internet. There are no, I'm doing an exercise on Citypedia in Pakistan. I tried to ask Pakistan Telecommunication Authority about the fiber optic spectrum in urban areas and other, but they also don't have those numbers. So under 10%, or someone says 8%, the coverage area is less than 8% in Pakistan in fiber optic. And if you compare this with your neighboring countries, we are, at the very last in these fiber optic networks. So improve the 3G, 4G connectivity, it's very important, and improve the network reliability. I think that's where the government only can play a role. If you talk about the private sector, I think for them it's also that they have to invest. They have to invest in, building more mobile networks. And well, if you talk about the development partners, the best thing is that they have funding. They have expertise. They have technical assistance, they have exposure and experience from other countries, so they can bring in a lot of things which can be utilized at the national and subnational level. So they have also a very important role to support the government in bridging this gap and funding those technologies and transfer those technologies locally so that we come. For the private sector, yes, telecom density is important. And CSR, private sectors who are already working in technology areas, they should offer free courses to like university students, schools, and other camps. They can do that. But maybe in the next round I'll come up with more suggestions. But I would also I would like to talk about, like, we need to talk beyond these digital skills only. We are giving lots of degrees and on certificates to youth, but what I believe is that they lack confidence. There is an English language barrier and so on. So I'll come back later on that. Thank you.
So Ms. Manur, my question to you would be carrying on that conversation about the public-private sector, and also within the private sector, we feel that, there's more happening, or it's quicker, or even though the scale is smaller, but there's a lot that we can learn from them. And then trying to, while we are bridging the digital gap, I think we also need to build more collaborations and partnerships. So if you could share some of your experiences, and also if you could touch upon a little that we've been talking about is the narrative around all of this as well. I think whether it's the media or otherwise, what narrative are we sort of promoting where digital technology is concerned, digitization is concerned, and also the gap between that? I mean, how are we talking about digital, and how is the youth talking about it, and how is the women talking about it, all your experience with that as well?
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to build on top of what my fellow panelists have said, because when we talk about the government sector, when we talk about the private sector, when we talk about the donors, nothing can happen in silos. We need to have a collaborative approach, because when we bring the expertise, when we bring the strength of all of these three pillars, then we can have an inclusive environment which can add value to the youth and women in particular. So when we talk about the government, we definitely need to have initiatives, those initiatives which can be for training providing, for providing the skill set for upskilling of the youth, as well as incentivizing for the women as well. We need to have these targeted digitalized programs which can ultimately build that confidence that by inculcating these skill set, we can have a better hope for the future. Then when we talk about donors, as my fellow panelist has already shed light on it, they have the funds. So we had a similar experience when we got the funding from Adam Smith. We launched the KP Upskill program, and I'm really happy and honored to share this stats with the participants as well, that we upskilled around 300 to 400 participants in AI and emerging technologies. And we saw an amazing level of confidence and employment opportunity, especially among the women, because they had this opportunity to learn these skills, which were highly earnable, AI, full stack, digital marketing, and they were able to learn these skills from the comfort of their homes. So when we talk about the societal and cultural barriers that the women might have in different parts of the country, so when they're able to learn, they see that they might be bringing a change to not only their own lives, but also they're going to change the generations that are about to come. So we saw an employment in around 30 to 40% in women, in freelancing opportunities, in getting remote employment opportunities. So by having a very collaborative approach with the government, so we were also partnering up with the academic sector. So we were partnering with IM Sciences. So they brought their academic experience, the donor brought their funding, and then we brought our training expertise. And when I talk about the private sector, yes, they have the experience, they know exactly what is happening in the market, what skill set, what the market, when we talk about international market, when we talk about even the national market, what they're looking for. So the private sector needs to go beyond the CSR. They need to offer these mentorship programs, they need to offer these apprenticeship programs, also these internship opportunities that give the youth a chance to know what is happening in the industry, as well as women, because we see many women who go on career breaks due to many personal reasons. So when they come back, they have this psychological barrier that just because I have a gap on my resume for a year or so, I might not be that employable as compared to someone who's just have been continuing their professional journey. So the private sector also needs to encourage that even if you go on a break, even if you're switching your career, for example, because we do see people upskilling in a completely different field. For example, I am an electrical engineer, but I later upskilled to AI. So this is something that the private sector needs to encourage and also needs to inculcate in their own culture as well. So again, I would like to just conclude with the comment that nothing can happen in silos. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Saab, aapse, I would like to, before I pose my question to you, I'm sure all of you know that under URAAN Pakistan, e-Pakistan and digitization is it's a key ask for all of us because that's the future. So everything has, whenever we are making decisions, I think research and data is very important. So within this technology side and this, so this is when nature plays with digital. So in your opinion, do you think as we work towards bridging this digital divide, what's the kind of data that's available for us? What's the data ask on this? And do you think this moving towards creating incubators, or what kind of practical things can we do to actually bring it all together to address this divide?
Thank you. So first, we agree that we have certain challenges, and there is digital divide. That digital divide exists across regions, across gender, and across socio-economic groups. As Dr. Fahim has mentioned that there is good picture as well. For example, right now, 80% of the population have cellular penetration and 58% have internet user right now. So there is a lot of potential in the country. For example, right now you can see that we are the third largest country in the world who are emerging in freelancing. And we are the fourth largest country in the world who have this financial viability to initiate digital-based economy, because you know that 65% of our population that is below 30 years and 30% is youth from 15 to 29. So there is a huge potential. And there are certain positive outcome as well, for example, because then I will move toward what we should do under the URAAN Pakistan. Because you know that you can see that, for example, right now there are 43 technology parks. There, in 2014, only 395 companies were registered with SCCP, and right now they are more than 5,000. And you can see that over the last 5 years, we don't have to good handsome economic growth, but IT export increased by 178%. So that is a good thing. Similarly, you can see that our IT exports are quite diversified. So we are right now exporting these IT commodities to more than 120 countries. So this is our 5th main IT export items right now. So we should focus on 2 to 3 areas that are our main challenges where government can make a dent. First you can say that we should start from education. So net enrollment rate at primary in Pakistan is just 60% among females. So you can see that we have to focus on education. Let's introduce AI-based digital related courses, online courses, STEM related education at the basic education level. That is our first challenge to bridge the digital divide. Second, we have to work on the labor market. You can see that over the last 25 years, despite that we have good education. Right now there are more than 3 million students who are in universities. We have 270 universities, but this education is not translated into labor market. In 2001, only 21% of the female they were working in market, and right now again there are 26%. So we have to initiate certain training programs, STEM programs, online courses, freelancing, particularly for female, both from these universities forums as well as certain community-based organizations, because you know that in Pakistan there is a lot of microfinance network. They are targeting more than 9 million borrowers, and mostly they are females. So we have to mobilize this forum for financial inclusion. There is one potential, although there is a digital gender divide, but I can tell you there is one very handsome financial inclusion for women. First is the Benazir Income Support Program. Right now it is targeting 10 million families, and they are making payment through digital instrument. And second is the microfinance network. So I think a multi-strategy is required for education, for labor market, and especially for these vulnerable groups, because you know that they have poor access to digital systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very good points you have raised, and thank you so much for sharing some data as well for us, some numbers, they're very important numbers. Indeed, 80% mobile penetration, 58% IT gives us a lot of hope for what can be done. But sometimes these things are available, infrastructure is available, and my question goes to our speaker here, Ms. Saima, that societal attitudes sometimes hinder in allowing us to maybe accessing digital divide. A lot of times women don't have access to those mobiles or access to internet. People are afraid of the content, or they are just afraid of the independence. I'm not sure, those are things that you can talk about. And I think similarly for youth as well, that by the time that youth gets access to technology or owns technology might be a little later than when they should. So if you could touch upon these points and also give us some ideas on how we can change those attitudes and mindsets.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Yeah, basically the access to mobile phone or internet is not the issue, right? When we talk about women, the real issue is the internalized incompetence, right? There's a huge element of self-doubt in women. And this is because I know most of us have brought up in families where it's generally being said that तुम नहीं कर सकती, लड़कियां नहीं कर सकती. This is very common I don't believe if someone says कि मैंने आज तक ये नहीं सुना, खुद के लिए नहीं सुना, किसी और के लिए सुना होगा. It's very common. So it is now so much, ingrained in women especially, that because I'm a mental health expert also, women come to me with these kind of issues, with low self-esteem, with self-doubt. They talk negative about themselves very conveniently. From where it's coming, right? And suppose if a woman wants to start an online business, right? If she wants to open an outlet of dresses, clothing, instantly people say that, how can you do this? Will it work? Are you sure? There are many outlets out there. तुम्हारा तो कोई experience भी नहीं है, like that, But I witness when a man wants to start something, people say, yes, this is something new, you should do this. They encourage. And generally, I don't know what people think, but this is not only a minor thing of behavior. These minor, small dismissals appear in form of internalized patriarchy, internalized self-negative talk, and internalized incompetence also. Women don't believe in themselves, right? And also they are afraid of going like online, if someone comments like, on anything, on their body, on their expression, they feel bad instantly. Why? Because they think कि अगर मेरे किसी relative ने पढ़ लिया, मेरी family में किसी ने पढ़ लिया, वो कहेंगे, what are you doing on online, right? Internet पे क्या कर रही थी? Social media पे क्या कर रही थी, Then again the criticism starts. And that's what is the biggest barrier, right? And when we talk about youth, what I witness in youth is that elder generation, like my generation, I don't hesitate saying this, that we keep on comparing them with ourselves, right? हमारे ज़माने में नहीं होता था. I used to do this, I used to do that. How can you compare an apple to an orange? This is not possible. I did not have these kind of facilities, these kind of gadgets, these kind of access to the entire world. I should not compare youth to this. So in both the cases, youth or women, in both the cases, the main hindrance is behavior. We need to talk about emotional stability. We need to encourage each other. Right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Coming back to you, Ms. Emma, in a couple of sentences maybe, if you could sort of share, what do you think, what are those 2 or 3 actions that we need to take to bridge this gap, especially for women and youth?
The first one, I think a digital divide does not exist in isolation. It exists as a broader aspect or dimension of the broader inequalities that exist in the society. Therefore, this education system, making sure that the 40% of the children out of the school can go to school, making sure 100% of the children in school receiving good education, which includes behavior education, psychological strengthening, how do you navigate complex issues. I think that's a must. Without that, we cannot have digital transformation, we cannot have any transformation. The second thing is really about how do we, as the general society, the adults world and others, how do we really nurture and ignite a cultural change movement, really about genuine equality. Inequality means lost welfare, lost well-being, but also lost economic opportunities for families, community, and the country. I think that requires leadership and drive.
Thank you so much. And I pose the same question to you. What are those 2 or 3 things that you think we should do?
To me, one of the most fundamental problems that we need to address and actually acknowledge is the issue of design. So the technologies that are being deployed in Pakistan haven't been designed keeping the cultural context and the ground realities of our population. So most of the technology that is being deployed is being developed in the global north. It's being developed for more literate populations that don't have the barriers that poverty has for our population. So in a lot of cases, the design just doesn't translate. So I'll give you some examples from the work that I've done. A lot of the women that I have talked to, and these are low literate, low income women, they end up using the apps that are there on all of our phones in very different ways from what I would imagine. One of the most used apps by them is WhatsApp. And the reason why they use it so extensively is because of the voice function in WhatsApp. The other way that they use WhatsApp, which I find fascinating, is they actually use the icon, the picture on WhatsApp, and they use that to market. And when we came across these women using WhatsApp in this fashion, we were completely stunned by how they're using it because we didn't think about using it that way. And one of the features which troubles them the most is actually that WhatsApp leaves behind that tag if you delete a message, right? So if women are communicating with someone and there's a tag left behind that you've deleted a message, that would get them in a lot of trouble. The other thing that is just not conducive to our context is the single user, single device password model that is there, which is ubiquitous around, in the global north. That is just not something that the vast majority of our population can actually use. They share their smartphones. If you're talking about mobile wallets or digital wallets, there is no way for the woman to hide her income. If she doesn't hide her income, she can't control her income. So these are all features that we really have to grapple with. It was great to hear Ms. Manu talk about that women can sit at home and go to their trainings, because one of the major issues that women have is that they're time poor. So they can't take out time from their day and go to a training camp. The training camp has to come to them. The training camp has to be organized or set up in a way that they can whenever they can take out half an hour, they can engage in that training. So I think it's really important for us to listen to the lived realities of the populations that are there, who are going to be the benefits of this technology, who we want to drive that $1 trillion economy agenda, and design given their particular ground realities.
Thank you so much. Indeed, very pertinent points, Dr. Fahim.
Ma'am, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Madam for very explicitly explaining about the self-doubt and low esteem, self-esteem things which we see in our female population. And that is, to some extent also, we see in our male youth. They are also, when I interact with them, I don't find young boys confident enough to communicate. And that is like, the extent is like greater in female when you speak to them. They avoid, they eye contact, nahi karenge aapse, baat nahi karenge. So if I talk about, some nitty-gritties or something beyond, digital skills, one thing which I see is that our youth, they are not good in English. Both in communication and in writing, in content writing, and these kind of things, which is limiting them to capture space globally in the freelancing market and things. Why I'm saying that? Because I have recommended quite a number of young graduates from computer science and data science background to UAE and Qatar-based companies, and I always get complaints. And most of the time, what I get complaint about is the attitude that they don't meet deadlines, and they are not very good in communication, and they're also not very good in negotiations also, and they are not also good in team working. So if we are giving them degrees, we are giving them certificate with skills, but we are not working on their attitudes, their languages, their communication skills, and those kind of things. Those are very important for the market. People sitting in Dubai, Qatar, UAE, anywhere else abroad, they are not going to give you a space that you are a lady and I should respect you for that. They will respect you for your work, for your skill, and they will expect you from, the output from you when they are giving you any sort of assignment there. So English language, confidence, I completely agree, teamwork, attitude. This needs to be like, as a nation, excuse me if I heard someone saying this, as a nation, we actually need to work on our attitude collectively. We are very lazy in our work behavior. We always sit on the files. we delay things, we never come on time. So it's a national character we have. I'm sorry to say. If you look at the developed nations across the world, you will find that they have a very professional kind of attitude. They will get up early, they will go to the office, they will work whole 8 hours, and then they will, will not answer any email or any text over the weekend. It's their time then. So we need to work on the attitude, but for that we need to work from the schooling time, from the schooling and from the family and everything. Also, another thing which is missing here is what kind of skills are required in the market, in the global market. I always have to search on Google and make some guess, but I don't exactly know what kind of skills is required for my own children, for the young lot, and what kind of skills actually they should acquire where they can, go and grab a space. The freelancing market is huge, it's enormous. And for that, I think government and the private sector has a role to play to facilitate these young, both male and female, to give them the right direction at least, to acquire those skills and get that. About another suggestion, suggestions are always free. So another suggestion is that we have a large infrastructure, schools and high schools and universities available across cities and everywhere. And those infrastructures are available after 1 or 2 p.m. And they are, they're just abandoned, they're only birds and, no one is there. Why can't we use this infrastructure for training purposes? Why can't we go in a public-private model and allow private sector to engage with those universities and high schools and schools to organize some training sessions in the evening and do that, right? And one more thing, you talked about that the societal attitudes and how we are going to change that. Only one thing, we are working on the Education Commission thing, and we always face that kind of a thing. So one important thing is that for especially for female, is that we need to promote success stories. Parents are not confident to send their girls out for a job, for any activities, unless they have confidence. And for that confidence, it is important there should be success stories which could tell that, okay, let's see, like एक और लड़की ने कितना अच्छा काम कर लिया, similar course किया था, and she has achieved. So those kind of, things are important. And one last thing is, we need psychological counselors, not only for graduates, but for parents also, please. Thank you.
So much. Very quickly, if you have 2 or 3 things that you suggest.
Thank you. I think most of the things were covered, but I would like to touch upon the aspect of narrative. So we talk about role models. If Pakistani youth and women, they're not confident in upskilling or achieving a target or even just going on a digital platform because we do not have local heroes. We have international heroes. We have Sam Altman. We have, I think not from anyone from the audience can name one female tech influencer. We have Shafiqa Iqbal. She's doing an Yes, so we have I think barely 5. So when we talk about it, we need to promote local stories. So not only in the tech side, we need to showcase success stories. People formed, for example, someone from Multan doing a really good work on Amazon. So when they have an end goal in mind, when they see that it is achievable, someone from their own society has achieved that goal, I think they will aspire to do more hard work. So that is something that I would like to add on.
Thank you so much. So, anything you would like to add?
Thank you. I think potential exists, excesses exist. If you go in Pakistan, even in remote areas, whether the household have bread or not, they have no telephone, they have mobile and internet. So now you have to include them. So for example, I can give you the example when I was in Benazir Income Support Program, when we initiated payment in Waziristan through biometric, there were reservations. But your policies and that actions, they transform the society. So right now, that across the country, these females, even in cultural hard areas, they are getting payment through biometric systems. So first, I think we have to simplify regulation. Like we have the law that education is the right of each child, same way we have to declare that internet is the basic right of each child. So that is the first thing. Second, I think we have to rationalize taxes on IT services. Right now, they are 31%, than the global average of 19%. Third, that spectrum. In Pakistan, Dr. Fahim was talking that internet is not beyond Islamabad. So, that spectrum, still government considers spectrum as a revenue. Let's give the subsidy and incentive to these cellular companies that expand the services in remote areas and, that pay back the amount to them. And last, I think government role is quite crucial. For example, if you go in China, you don't require a single penny in 1 year because they have so much financial system. Even a credit ke upar bhi you can pay. So WeChat is there. Same you can say in India, there is Aadhaar card where 138 crore population that is part of this Aadhaar card. So government, lot of payment like public to government, government to public at provincial and federal. I think if you integrate these payments, you can transform the economy from formal to informal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any final words from you?
Yeah. Quick points. I would suggest to add mental health services as strategical component mandatory in each and every project and program to create self-doubt, to create strong self-concept, right? To also, regarding, digitalization, I would say that take responsibility of your actions. Don't blame the digital world because, you click, you write, you're receiving feedbacks, you are doing everything, then ready to take responsibility. Don't blame, because when you are up to progress, blaming is not going to serve you well. Clarity, sir said something about clarity and confidence. Clarity in conversation comes from clarity in thoughts, and clarity in thought comes from exploration. And exploration, you need to have freedom, right? And one analogy I would like to say that, imagine running in a marathon with one leg tied up, right? You cannot run. You cannot compete with others. Those are running with two legs. So it's very important for women to work and to think about themselves, not only about others. Come out of that specific, typical role. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think we do have time for some questions, if we have any from the floor.
Thank you. My name is Yasser. I am a research and a PhD scholar. I have two questions. First question is related to the student-teacher ratio. We have on paperwork we have 39 student-teacher ratio, but in reality I have taught a course in a private sector. I taught 100 students in a class. So I was so shocked. How can you even teach 100 students in a class? So is that a major constraint towards the youth education? And number two, my second question is related to the community engagement. In Pakistan, aged 45 to 55 of male are more inclined towards the community engagement according to data, and for the women around 25 to 30 years of age are more engaged in community engagement, while in Balochistan the statistics are the highest. So how can we improve community engagement in case of the urban setup, specifically in Punjab, Lahore? Thank you.
By one, or should we take all the questions? Maybe if you can also share your question and then we will take the answers. If we can have the mic here, please. We'll take all the questions and then we can answer.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks a lot for the panel and all the interesting insights from different perspectives. My name is Jordanka Tomkoa and I'm the team leader and consultant for the ADB for the initiative of developing a digital roadmap for Pakistan as well as the digital diagnostic. Now, we are absolutely convinced that digital inclusion is a catalyst for digital transformation of Pakistan. There's no doubt about it. And I mean, you outlined also the complexities that are sort of packed into the digital inclusion agenda. What we are having a little bit, let's say, challenge is how do we bring all these individual initiatives and complexities into a 10-year horizon and trying to address it systemically. Obviously, all the actors, you are conducting already a lot of interesting initiatives. There's a lot of also lessons learned at different levels, whether it's local, provincial, or national. How do we plug it into a 10-year horizon? And where's the institutional ownership at the aggregate level to ensure that there's impact and scale? So if you could, from your different vantage points, address systemic effect and how we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the first question, would any of you like it? The question was this student-teacher ratio, and I think that is something maybe that technology can also help with, but would somebody like to take that question? And then the other one was on the community engagement. And the third one, I think, is more something we would like all of you to hear from, so I'll reserve that. Maybe these first two we can.
I can answer the question number 2, right? The community engagement. For that, you know, it's a very simple thing. It seems like simple, but it's not that simple. We need to talk about everything, whatever we think, whatever we feel like, right? There should be no element of shame and guilt behind our thoughts. And also, we need to open ourselves up, our minds and hearts for diversity with unbiased minds, right? And in, you know, in small gatherings, like in family gatherings, in friend gatherings, anywhere in university or college or schools, why don't we start talking about our feelings, our dreams? What do I want to do in my life? What do I dream? What are the barriers? What's stopping me to do something? You know, by this we can engage each other, because this, you know, listening to someone's dreams, about someone's, you know, passions, about someone's problems, about challenges, it gives, it shows immense respect towards each other. So this is the first step, I would say, with, you know, it will bring genuine human connection, and that is how engagement will increase. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Coming to the question that we have high teacher-pupil ratio, I think we have to work both on access and quality. 33% children, although data is little old, they are out of school, and around 56 out of 100 children drop out before completing their 10-year education. So, and you can see that good thing is that now we have 270 universities, but there is a challenge that their financial funding, and second, you know, that how much of these universities they are imparting with right skills. So that is a big challenge. So I would suggest that let's integrate digital instruments, STEM at the basic education level. Let's teach our children, like for example, Khan Academy and many online courses who are freely available rather than going to these traditional education. As Fahim said that right now 36% of our graduates are unemployed. If we will keep with same trend, with same traditional education, with same poor quality stuff, it will go even beyond that. So let's improve this quality as well as integrate this digital system at the basic level.
Thank you so much. And I think the very important question, if we could have just all of you touch upon very, very quickly, on how do we bring together this 10-year horizon and address it systematically, and where does the institutional ownership lie?
Of course, the 10-year horizon, URAAN Pakistan is partly playing that role. It's a 5-year horizon, but can easily become 10 years, right? I think we need overarching strategic vision, coordination mechanisms. But as I also mentioned yesterday, coordination comes with huge cost, time, and so on. And not everything needs to be fully, we need to inform, be guided, but we also need to leave that kind of a space, freedom, empowerment for individual entrepreneurs, for individual organizations to do their work. It's a combination of coordination, planning, and the kind of freedom. And for example, if somebody is in the garage inventing something, he or she should have that freedom and then be ready, be capable of bringing it to the market without consulting 10 departments. And oftentimes, I feel we use coordination to shackle a lot of entrepreneurship. In many, many developing countries, it's really how do you let go of the kind of inner kind of creativity of people. In ADB, we're doing similar things. We have 10-year strategy, 5-year strategy, but we also empower teams to do the job. You need both.
Thank you.
I'm a big believer in the importance and role of the public sector. So I would say that the coordination and the planning that Ms. Emma is talking about has to happen at the public sector level. And then there needs to be continuity from one government to the next in terms of some core parameters. And here I think institutions like PIDE could play a massive role, because that's where a lot of the intellectual ownership that would be required for systemic change of the sort that ADB is talking about here lies.
Thank you. First of all, it's very fascinating always to hear that we are going to have another 5-year or 10-year strategy for certain intervention. My humble request would be to, first of all, learn from the existing experiences, from the previous experiences. Instead of coming up with new interventions all the time, which we always face, please learn from the experiences we have. I'm just telling you just one example. In Islamabad, we had a bilateral donor-funded project in Islamabad where they gave, students tablets, access to, very modern techniques and models and everything, and they asked PIDE to do an independent research on that. I'm not going to give you the details because that was not published. When we did the impact study, we found that the impact was very poor. They got really mad on us that what kind of findings you are bringing out, and this is not right, and there must be something wrong with your methodology and things like that. And what we found that what they were doing is that they had all sorts of modern tools, laptops, tablets available in schools, but students were only had access of 1 hour per week to use that tablet. So they did not have that tablet or laptop with them for their homes or internet access so that they can sit and play and learn and game, to familiarize themselves with that tool and that device, and then they must learn. They did not. So that was something which is very important to learn, that like I'm a very proponent of this Prime Minister of Chief Minister laptop scheme at the federal level and the provincial level. Why? Because it gives, I met so many students, I don't have any evidence for that, but I met so many students, asked them questions, and I found them that they were satisfied. They used that laptop to write their thesis, they used that laptop to search their research on that, and that helped them to make presentations and things like that. So learn first, please, first of all. 2, we need 3 things: access, equip, and we need to work on behavior. For access, like we are giving them laptops, we should give them internet access, we should equip them with modern skills at schools, universities, and test institutes, and we also need to work on attitudes, on their behaviors, on their communication skills and things like that. Thank you.
Yes. So I think all the stakeholder needs to be aligned. So when we talk about the government sector, when we talk about the private sector, and we also talk about the academia, every stakeholder needs to have a consensus of what we need to achieve after, for example, 5 years or 10 years, and all the stakeholder needs to work on towards that one common goal. We can have one pillar who can oversee and coordinate, but we also need to ensure that the curriculum, that the private sector, the demands of the private sectors are being met through the curriculum. The universities are actually preparing the students for not only in the tech skills, as well as the soft skills that we're talking about, their well-being, protecting them from the ills of the digital era. So I think that's only when we're able to have, we are going to be able to bridge that digital divide.
I think URAAN has a realistic wish list keeping in view our challenges, for example, you can see that we have to promote freelancing. We have to promote good quality graduates, increase from 75K to around 200K annually. And we have to integrate 5G technology in our society. So I would suggest that let's declare the society as a digital society. So as Dr. Fahim said, that we have to promote infrastructure, we have to improve the access. Second, I think we have to ensure digital payments like WeChat, like other models, and integrate the e-governance, whether it is agriculture, health, education, all these sectors we have to work on that. And especially we have to ensure the digital entrepreneurship. Lot of entrepreneurship in Pakistan they are working, but you can see that still we are approaching on traditional models ke ji bakri de dein, grocery store de dein. Let's integrate digital systems in these because they are targeting the most vulnerable population of the country.
Thank you so much. And to your point, I would also like for you, if you could address that, you know, there's also a scare when you had mentioned earlier that people are a bit unsure because there's some sort of harassment that they feel, especially online. So if you could also maybe suggest something we can do on mobile harassment or internet harassment. I mean, you know, I know that you did talk about self-confidence and everything, but if you could elaborate on it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so what I feel like digitalization is like, you know, diving into a deep ocean, which is very deep, and sometimes it's scary and unpredictable also, right? And for that, you have to wear emotional life jacket, because I'll stick to emotions and thoughts, right? As a therapist, it's important. So for that, you know, to overcome those challenges, harassment, online harassments, and cyberbullying, we need to conduct workshops, right? जिसमें law भी होगा, psychology, emotional resilience जिसमें सिखाई जाएगी, personality development, because there are many people out there who are not able to confront those unsolicited messages because they don't have the courage. वो फौरन डर जाते, oh, someone wrote this to me. They start questioning themselves. So it is very important to conduct such workshops. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And, you know, while we wrap this up, because I know there is a time bound for me as well. So I think we've had a very invigorating conversation. Just to wrap it up, we've talked about raising awareness in school and education systems and starting at home as well. And you know, like using the digital space to unshackle the barriers and the distances. And then we've spoken about using the innovation that's happening right now and maybe expanding it and seeing what's working and looking at how do we create more of that and actually encompass it in other ways. We've talked about the need for policies, digital empowerment as versus other kinds of empowerment. We've talked about supporting funding and bringing together all the partners, whether it's donors, government, everybody on the same platform. And looking beyond digital skills sets and identifying what are those skill sets, what are those demands that we need from society to address, and how can we make them better. We've talked about public-private collaborations and approach and the importance of it. And going beyond the CSR, we've also talked about upskilling and making it more common than just saying, okay, we've achieved this set of skills and this is where we stand. We've also talked about today is financial inclusion and using the digital space. We've had some good data that has been shared. I think the 2 or 3 challenges that we need to address are the education and labor markets. And then, of course, the point that you very validly made was on addressing self-doubt and giving the confidence to people. And I think celebrating successes, especially for women, identifying local heroes, those are some very pertinent points, addressing mental health, and learning from other countries where the Aadhaar card was also talked about. We talked about WeChat, and and I think the final point on how we can bring this all together with the government taking the lead and this being institutionalized within the government. Of course, as you have also pointed out, URAAN Pakistan as its initiative identifies all of that. And, you know, a lot of thought has gone behind it. And as the member for Planning Commission, I can tell you that the impetus is there, the will is there, and I think that is why conversations like this, platforms like this, collaborations like this are becoming so much more important. Thank you so much for all of you and for sharing your thoughts. Ji, do we want a few more questions from the audience? Gigi.
At other forums, and if you talk about mainstreaming women, not just to overcome the digital divide, but just for the economic paradigm, I think it has to be a more holistic approach from how infant mortality is higher for a girl child and how girl child is out of school far more, or the dropout of the girls' school is higher. So probably the focus should be on affirmative action and gender-specific budgeting. Because if you know, nothing happens without the money. So unless you literally have gender-specific budgeting to mainstream women, a lot will not happen. And everything that was just pointed out by that lady is actually just linked to that. I think Pakistan is in need of an affirmative action for women. Thank you. It's rather a comment, but I don't know.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
So I want to comment that Humaji very well said. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Could you please?
I have to make some announcements. Huh? Thank you so much. I have to make some announcements for souvenirs. So be seated, I guess. Okay. As we concluded this dynamic and forward-looking session, we would now like to present tokens of appreciation to our distinguished speakers. To do the honors, we respectfully invite Ms. Huma Bakai to the stage. Who is her name? Have Ms. Emma Fenn kindly come forward and receive your souvenir.
Emma, it was an absolute pleasure listening to you. Thank you so much. So, Emma, something small, thank you. Remember you back, and you need to move to the center. Sister Emma? Thank you, Emma.
Now we have Dr. Hadia Majid. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Hadia, your eloquence was outstanding.
Ms. Mahnoor Salman.
Such a young girl speaking so well, that's encouraging.
Ms. Amina Ali Kamal. Oh. Ms. Saima Hashim. Dr. Shujat Farooq. And lastly, we have Dr. Fahim Jangir. I request you to kindly gather for a group photo, please.
You all are requested to kindly move to the courtyard for the tea. Our tea break will be from 5 to 5:20. Our next session will start sharply at 5:20, and then our artist is in town. We'll start the cultural night right after the next session. So you all are requested to be back in the hall at 5:20. Thank you so very much.
This is for the state TV Pakistan television. 41 questions. Here, okay? Is that okay?
We actually do have a member in our team. Let us know if we could do anything for you.
And I would like guide maybe to go out and
as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you also for putting me right on the spot. And so universities, I'll take a step back, and fundamentally universities were places where knowledge got created, right? And universities are still doing that. I think that's the primary purpose of universities, their existence and so on. It was perhaps only at the dawn of the Industrial Revolution that universities needed to create graduates who had skills as well, other than knowledge, because the market had advanced and they needed skilled workers. I think the primary job still is creation of knowledge, and the universities, when they go through that route, they are creating graduates for the future. So the people who go through the postgraduate programs, masters and PhDs, they are not readily needed by the industry, especially in a market like ours, which is a developing country, and not a huge portion of our industry is innovation-led. It's mostly skill used on an assembly line to produce something, create something of value. And for that, we need skilled workers. Now, essentially, universities, when they plan an undergraduate program, which nowadays is essentially fundamental knowledge, passing on of fundamental knowledge to graduates, and some skill sets. When they plan that program, it is planned with what's right in front of them, what the market's demanding, and a projection or estimation of what market may need in the future. But the markets change too quickly, especially in this era of AI. It's changing on a monthly basis. So it's not fair on us to expect universities to be that agile and change their programs, the skills they pass on and train the students on to match exactly what the market needs. So I think that would be unfair. Coming to your exact question, if they're producing graduates of the past, so as I said, I think that will only be essentially about, I would say, off by a year or so, maybe 2 years or so, but that's still acceptable. But the graduates that do get produced, what we would like to see from the perspective of the market, what we would like to see is that producing people who know how to learn, who are good micro learners, and they have aptitude to self-learn, take on new projects, take on new topics to learn. And I think only then they survive the change or the dynamic nature of the market. Finally, if I would make a suggestion here to the audience and to the panel members who were essentially running universities, that to be agile, one thing that could help is allowing students to have not just summer internships, but semester internships as well. I would even say that if they do not carry out an undergraduate project and they carry out a full semester of internship, and that could qualify in place of their semester project in some disciplines, not in all. I think that would be a fair assessment as well of whether the skills that they were supposed to demonstrate after a 4-year program or 3.5 years, have they taken those skills up? Somebody else could ratify that as well. Because essentially he's learning and getting a graduate degree to enter into a market who is going to hire him or her based on some skill set. And talking of skill set, what's happening now is the skill set, the domain is changing so fast that the graduates that do come to us, fresh graduates and even early career professionals, we spend at least a year in training that person to be really useful to us. And not only what we are spending on that person with respect to salary, but also the people who are senior engineers who are spending their time giving him that training is also an investment by us. We could possibly divert that investment into creating micro-learning programs working with the universities. It could be accredited learning, a couple of credits per semester, and we could pass on those skills that we eventually require in the market from those graduates. Sorry, I dragged on for a bit, but your question was very pertinent. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that is a very pertinent point, that the way markets are actually changing, and sometimes it's unfair to expect that everything universities need to do, but we'll come to this question later, that in this sort of a partnership, what should be the role of universities and what should be the role played by other partners in that aspect. So Zubair साहब आपकी तरफ आते हैं. So होता ये था कि जब भी कोई क्वेश्चन पूछना होता था तो प्रोफेसर साहब की तरफ जाया करते थे. तो अब जो है वो बच्चे क्या करते हैं, there are so many opportunities available in digital learning, and also there are tasks which we never knew about, and you can just go to AI, different tools, and you can ask these questions. And उस सारे process में what will be the role of universities now in this scenario? कि जब जो knowledge है, जो material है, जो learning है, जो information है, वो is widely available without university going to the university. उस segment में university का क्या future है? And are universities aware of this change that is happening, and how universities need to adopt for that?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Nadeem, for arranging this wonderful opportunity for all of us to discuss the futures that is looming large in front of us. We must understand that we have been hit by a bus. This is the most abruptive thing that could have happened in the last 100 years. Disruption has happened. Everybody is talking about this. Information age, knowledge age, and this AI age. In one word, we are not ready. But the good news is that there are opportunities available. In 2023, there was a report came out of the World Economic Forum, and they said that all the redundant jobs which have a repetitive nature of work are endangered species. So if you're a teacher, you're a lawyer, you are a finance professional, or a person who is doing a repetitive job, or even a doctor, the GP, you are an endangered species as far as your nature of job is concerned. So since all these professions are coming out of the universities or the academic institutions, so we have to go back the way we are. I think we have to see it from three different angles. The biggest challenge that we are facing or going to face in the university environment is the physical infrastructure. Do we need this much physical infrastructure that we have in our universities in the presence of virtual classrooms or integrated learning or smaller spaces where people are interacting with each other, where you have your own avatars interacting with you? You may be sitting at one place and your avatar is teaching at some other place. So physical infrastructure, for me, is going to be obsolete unless there are some particular lab facilities or there are some facilities where some animal testing or human testing or agriculture testing is being done. The second part is economic infrastructure, where we are spending our money. So I think this is also going to be drastically changed. We are getting funding from different institutions, or maybe funding is coming from public sector programs or from the development partners. So it will be, rather it has started already, be attached with the performance or the event-based or the activity-based. But the most important part is the intellectual outcome. What are we producing? And here comes your question. Here comes the job market, and here comes the entrepreneurship environment. As far as the universities are concerned, particularly I'm talking about the public sector universities, we are in a regulatory stranglehold. We are living in yesterday. I'll give you an example. Most of the universities in Pakistan have taken inspiration from the Punjab University Act 1973. And that act has been replicated by changing small things here and there, and we are living in that world. We can't do anything. So you are talking about the AI, the future, the 2035, but we are living in 1973, and we are not ready to budge from our place. So this regulatory stranglehold, we need to come out of this. And then we have to think about the future. That this is the future that where we are. One last thing that I want to comment on that, and that the participant initially talked about, the skill-based and the industry development. In Pakistan particularly, it's a chicken and egg story. Whether the academia should improve first or the industry should improve first. In the last 7-8 years, engineering is a declining field in Pakistan. This is a serious concern for us. We have the demand in the 1990s of the engineers that were used to be there. It is not there. Why? Because there is no industry. Yes, maybe civil engineers, because the civil infrastructure is being worked on, the mechanical, the electrical, and all the other fields. They are in a serious problem. So if the industry is not growing, then how can academia can leap a big forward and join hands at some place to have a marriage at a mutual point of interaction? The last thing about this thing is, and I'm very happy to say that he's pointed out, is the skill-based. We have been talking with Nadeem Javed Saab. He has been the honor of being the chief economist of Pakistan, and now he's leading a big think tank, policy think tank in Pakistan. I think the more focused area is the human resource now. Unfortunately, our industry has already been on the serious decline. There's a minus growth in the big industry in Pakistan. So this skill development, particularly focused in the TVET area, is the way to go. And here we must invest in the universities with all these three determinants, the intellectual, the physical, and the economic determinant that I've pointed out, towards that force. And then we have to maybe retransform this whole model of BS, MS, and PhD programs. I'm sorry I've taken a bit long.
Oh, I think that's a wonderful aspect that before moving ahead, I think that what you've mentioned about the regulatory constraints that universities face, and whether those are coming from those legal statutes or other government controls, that is obviously an issue that we need to discuss in detail at some other point, but that's very pertinent in a way that if we are talking about the future, then this structure cannot take us to the future.
Absolutely.
So I think that's the point well taken. So Dr. Khalid, I think we are having this discussion about the changing role of universities, but what is actually important? Like last time I was having this conversation at PIDE on AI in education, and I asked this question कि अगर दुनिया की बड़ी-बड़ी universities में जाएं, तो what is the distinguishing factor? क्या होता है? And what we reached out at a consensus, it's actually the teacher. So जो professor है, that makes the university different than जो distinguish करता है universities को. So in this age, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, digital era, so how universities are currently in Pakistan upskilling their faculty, HEC की तरफ से क्या हो रहा है, universities के क्या initiatives हो रहे हैं, are we doing enough in this regard, or do we need a new approach for upskilling the faculty to deal with the challenges of digital era? And if we have to reimagine universities?
Thank you very much. First, let me acknowledge and thank PIDE Vice Chancellor and organizers and URAAN program at the government level initiative, which is very important and critical for the next 10 years to have implementation. And certainly it's a great opportunity to have exchange of views on that. And coming back to your question, I think it's very important to look at the university's role in these changing times and also in the times of disruption, when the technology is far ahead of the rest of the sectors, perhaps are not moving with that kind of pace the way it should have been. Having said that, the important stakeholders for the university's development and growth are the students, faculty, management are very critical, and they got to be empowered. If you look at the previous model, it was teacher-based and teacher-centered learning process. But now it's a student-centered learning process, and it's outcome-based, and it has to be skill-based with the competencies and the skills which are needed for the employment possibilities. And you have very rightly got it started with the stakeholder, which is the industry, where the product and the graduates got to be employed, and how they actually give the feedback and views on the curriculum as well as on the learning outcomes of the students. And if you look at the international ranking criteria, this is one of the very important indicator that how fast the students of that universities get employed. And that means that they got the skill set which is needed by the industry, and the gap is no more there, and they are readily employed, and they may not even need the kind of training which is required, and they can be readily employed and can be on the job. And having get that done in the 4-year degree program is very critical and challenging. And if you look at from the different perspective, from the curriculum, you can develop a very good curriculum. Higher Education Commission has got it revised in 23 undergraduate as well as graduate curriculum. And then it's the intended learning outcomes. The next important stakeholder is faculty. And in the earlier session, there was a discussion on student-teacher ratio. And certainly it's much, much higher. If you look at the top 10 or top 100 universities, it's probably 1 to 12 or 1 to 15 max. And here it's much higher. So how you can reduce? I think the way forward is the adoption of technology. And if you look at the education technology, that can give you enabling facilities and opportunities that you can move much faster rather than going into bricks and mortar, which we have been doing in most of the time in development projects. I think the technology is the way forward. And then having said that, if we look at with 170 plus universities, our access rate is not very high. It's around 13%. And compared with the other countries in the region, it's much lower. And we have to see, but as you go into enhancement of access, then quality is the next important challenge that you have to face. How you are going to train faculty, which you have rightly pointed out, and how you can actually get the learning outcome with all the infrastructure and facilities which are needed. Michael, in the previous session, was talking about LLM and generative AI. How can you do that without fast computing facilities, infrastructure, access, internet, bandwidth, 4G to 6G? People are now talking about 6G. We are not even at the 5G level. So as you move with the complexity and with large data available, and then got to get integrated into the curriculum, you need the infrastructure and facilities. But having said all that, I think there are good universities in Pakistan, and if you look at out of 270, almost 50 universities, public and private sector, they are visible in international ranking. Okay, one can debate, at least they are in the radar, but at least they have shown some seriousness. But of course, there is a long way to go to enhance the quality and move forward in the ladder so far as the ranking criteria are concerned. International students, learning outcomes, graduate attributes is very important and critical. Previously, we were talking about ethics and technical education, core requirement, tolerance, sustainable societies, SDGs. These are all very important elements you got to build into the curriculum so that the student, when completing their 4-year degree program, should come out not only with their core competency in the knowledge domain, but also should have well-rounded personality to work in the industry or in organization, and also helping the society at large. So universities have a very important and critical role in modern times. And of course, AI is a very big enabling technology which is going to bring a lot of changes. For example, the libraries will not be the same in the next 5 years. They are going to be transformed into learning spaces. And so would be the universities. It may not require the kind of infrastructure the way it is in physical sense. But a lot of online and digital platforms are available which can provide the great opportunity in terms of comfort, in terms of flexibility, agility as far as the credit hours are concerned. People are talking about microcredit, nano credit, and modular development of the credit hours certainly can facilitate the students. And I think these are the kind of new approaches that universities got to implement. But unfortunately, as you mentioned earlier, and Dr. Saab has also indicated, regulators have a very important role to play. I think you have to identify universities, classify them into 3 categories: research universities, teaching universities, and the universities which are doing just in their modular domain, so that you can then provide the adequate funding. Look at the Malaysian model, for example. They have identified 20 universities, out of which 5 they were given very special grants so that they are in the top universities of the world with all the facilities and infrastructure. One can have a discussion on that, but I think a new universities which is established 2-3 years ago, asking and expecting that they are going to be on top of research and infrastructure, and their ORIC will be good, QEC will be doing well, and they are going to be in the startups and spin out technology. That's not fair. So I think we have to have a change in the model, and Dr. Saab rightly pointed out the statutory framework which is implemented in public sector and also to some extent in the private sector university. You have to rethink and come up with the new models there's no university in Pakistan which, if you look at their act, can really give you the space and flexibility to move as fast as which is needed in the need of the hours to implement technology in speed and quality so that you can deliver in terms of the learning outcomes and the graduates that
Thank you, Dr. Sahab. हम इस पे बाद में थोड़ा सा आते हैं, मेरे ख्याल में थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं.
So these are the things which are very important and will continue.
Thank you. Dr. Homa, so I think when we were earlier discussing, Dr. Saad mentioned that university's role is not just, what to learn, is actually train students how to learn. And particularly this is important in this era when learning is again, I would say, democratized. So एक perspective ये भी है कि अभी आगे चल के universities जो हैं, they'll have to focus a lot on soft skills because this information, knowledge, that will be available. But soft skills that requires a lot of mentoring, so that will be missing. People who are just reading something on chat GPT and they are not getting mentorship. So इस सारे process में, what do you think that universities का role क्या होगा students को अभी वाले model से कैसे ये change कर पाएंगी universities? तो मैं अक्सर on a lighter note, people often ask me what will humans do when everything AI will be doing it. So I say that इंसान जो हैं वो इंसानों वाले काम करेंगे फिर. तो इंसानों वाले काम क्या हैं? And whose job is actually to train us in those human values? So how universities can transform this model, or whether there is even this need to do and to think about it कि ये model कैसे change होगा जिसमें हम information pass करने की बजाय now character building, soft skills पे focus कर रहे हैं.
शुक्रिया नवीद. मैं तदरीस से वाबस्ता हूँ कोई 27-28 साल से और HEC की बहुत इज़्ज़त करती हूँ, रेगुलेटरी बॉडी की बहुत इज़्ज़त करती हूँ, पर उनसे बहुत तंग भी हूँ माज़रत के साथ. But having said this, let me share the outcome of a study very recently done at MIT. They plugged students who were sitting in the classroom. MIT की classroom थी, तो हमारी classroom से तो बहुत बेहतर classroom होगी, लेकिन classroom का structure वही था. Professor बात कर रहा था और बच्चे सुन रहे थे. And when they measured the mental activity of the students, the audience listening to the professor or the teacher, उन्होंने ये पता चलाया कि जो mental activity थी ना बच्चे के दिमाग की, वो उससे भी कम थी जो सोते हुए होती है. So before we reimagine universities, we have to reimagine the classroom. ये सारे पीछे बच्चे हंस रहे हैं क्योंकि इन सब के लिए ये सच है. Because they just tone us out. जो classroom teaching है उसको इन लोगों ने सीख लिया है tone out करना. This generation is plug and play. That's what they're used to. So जब आप कहते हैं ना कि reimagine the universities, मैं हर दफ़ा turn around होके कहती हूँ reimagine the classroom. The classroom has to be turned into, it's not a classroom anymore. The classroom has to be turned into a learning lab. And yes, we want professors, and yes, we respect PhDs, and yes, I am a PhD, but I don't know that the teaching tomorrow would be so PhD oriented and that we must create classifications that have just been identified. So bringing the pracademia to the classroom and bringing the industry to the classroom is a must. बहुत दफ़ा जब मैं एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पढ़ाने की बात करती हूँ और मैं उस बंदे से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कराने की बात करती हूँ जिसने ज़िंदगी में कभी कोई स्टार्टअप ही नहीं चलाया, जिसने ज़िंदगी में कभी कोई काम ही नहीं किया, उसने कंसेप्चुअल थियोरेटिकल फ्रेमवर्क बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ा है. तो अब जो बच्चा है या जो अब आपसे मार्केट मांग रही है वो कंसेप्ट्स और थ्योरी की जो अगर हमें उसे एक मैट्रिक्स पे प्लांट करना है तो इट इज़ अ 20-80 मॉडल नाउ. The conceptual frameworks and the theoretical frameworks still occupy a 20%, but the 80% is practical learning, hands-on learning. So what do reports tell us? Reports tell us something very interesting. Yeah, I was looking at it and it said, gee, I have it right here. Employers all over the world, by the way, this is World Economic Forum, and I was a part of this session when I was there in January. They said, gee, कि जो 34 34% बच्चा या 34% एम्प्लॉय आपके पास वो रुकता है जिसके पास डिग्री नहीं होती. जिसके पास 4 साल की डिग्री होती है is more likely to hop jobs. Why is that happening? Because this person who does not have the degree is doing hands-on learning during the job. We need to bring this hands-on learning into the universities. और वो जो एक concept था ना A, B, C, D job, so now I'm an engineer, now I'm an architect, now I'm a doctor, that by the way is over. It is about constantly reskilling yourself. So in other stats, once again World Economic Forum, 50% of employees globally will need reskilling by 2025. We're sitting here, we are in 2025. So the whole concept of relearning. And then the lubricants that you talked about. We used to call these soft skills, now when I teach my students, I call them survival skills. Because unless you have this emotional intelligence, the ability to work in teams, the ability to connect, the ability to network, the ability to communicate, to be articulate, you will not survive in the market. You will also not survive AI2 and ChatGPT, because the engineering that is emerging is prompt engineering. How good a prompt is for a response to happen. And our challenge is immense. Our challenge is that we need to prepare graduates for jobs that have not been born yet. वो नौकरियां, वो skills जो market को ज़रूरत है, वो अभी पैदा ही नहीं हुई हैं. तो ये जो ABCD का formula है, ये complete failure है. फॉर्मूला ये है कि बच्चे को मज़ीद सीखना सिखाएं. उसको ये सीखना सिखाएं कि नई सिचुएशन, नई नौकरी, नए डायनेमिक्स में वो कौन सी स्किल्स इस्तेमाल करेगा कि वो सर्वाइव कर सके, सीख सके और आगे बढ़ सके. These are skills that need to be taught, and our university is prepared for it. I have serious reservations. I sat in a business school for 17 years. I was at IBA for 17 years, and I saw major loopholes and problems there, and I see major loopholes and problems here because we are still, how do I put it into words? We are in the box. ये जो बॉक्स से बाहर निकलने की और सोचने की ज़रूरत है, वो बेइंतहा ज़रूरी है. एक आखिरी बात जो मैं गुजारिश करना चाहती हूँ, जो मुझे पिछले चंद 6-8 महीने में मैंने ग्रैपल की, और मैं चाहूँगी कि जो दूसरे वाइस चांसलर्स बैठे हैं वो मुझे बताएं. जब कोई सोसाइटल इंजीनियरिंग करनी होता है ना किसी को भी, तो वो हम यूनिवर्सिटीज़ को एक चिट्ठी लिख देता है कि कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग करा दीजिए. ठीक है, अभी एक और चिट्ठी आई है कि कुरानिक क्लासेस शुरू कर दीजिए. ठीक है, पाकिस्तान स्टडीज़ तो हम पहले से पढ़ा ही रहे थे. तो जब मैं ये वाले क्रेडिट्स कंप्रेस करूँगी इसका कैपिटलिस्ट कॉन्स्ट्रक्ट में, तो फिर मेरी जो कोर टीचिंग है वो कम हो जाएगी. तो प्लीज़ हमें ये चिट्ठियाँ लिखने से पहले सोचें कि हम यूनिवर्सिटी के क्या करने बैठे. और एक जो लार्जर माइंडसेट है, मैं इस पे बात ख़त्म भी करूँगी. Our mindset still is where we privilege order over truth, facts, and needs. And unless we reverse that, I don't think we can reimagine the university, we can reimagine the society, or we can reimagine the classroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ji. Thank you. So, Dr. Khalid Hafiz, actually, because you are also an AI academic, and when I look at current opportunities or challenges that universities are facing, or जिस तरह Dr. Huma ने mention किया about the situation of students, अभी क्या हो रहा है? टॉपिक क्या है और कैसे हमें बताए. सो ये स्टूडेंट्स अक्रॉस द बोर्ड इस वक्त हो रहा है, एंड आई लुक्ड एट इट डिफरेंटली एंड आई सॉ एक्चुअली व्हाई इज़ दिस हैपनिंग. सो हो इसलिए रहा है कि देयर हैज़ बिन दिस नीड ऑफ पर्सनलाइज्ड एजुकेशन. एवरीवन लर्न्स डिफरेंटली. but we've been teaching the same way 50 students, 100 students. So I'll just give you one example that, this ads and marketing. So I see ads different on my Insta, you see ads different. What kind of reels they are showing to me, what kind of reels they are showing to you are different. That is highly personalized content. So there is so much what we are talking about, the challenges that AI is posing. So there is this opportunity with AI that we can personalize learning experience for students. So if we have to, sort of reimagine this role of a university where they can personalize learning for every student, then how should we reimagine this path? What universities need to do? We had this discussion so far that we are lagging behind, but we also need to go ahead. And what opportunities are, what universities need to do. So we'd really like to listen from you as an AI academic as well as Vice Chancellor of BUTEMS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a lot is said in there. I think maybe I'll take up something which has already been said. And I think I'll bring in some experiences actually out of my 37 years of my academic experience, 35 years I've spent in UK. So it's 7 universities I've been professor and deans and professor in a research university like University of York, I was professor, and professor in polytechnics, which are teaching universities in the UK. So I've experience of both, as well as I've been 5 years in Dubai, which is where I was a dean for the Smart University, which is online learning experience. So I think I have the experience from purely online to blended learning and to physical learning. And there are different learning experiences we have. And the debate which we are doing right now here, I think I had 20 years back the same debate in various UK universities as well, to reimagine and rethink universities and their structure and how we should imagine future. That debate is carrying on. I don't think anybody has sought a real answer to that. I think that's what I'm trying to get to. And I think we have to pause and maybe address the main question: why do university exist? And why should university exist? And what is the role of universities in job creation, roles of university in building societies, building individuals, or building a main kind of objectives for a nation building? So I think there are a number of things which we have to think about. And I think these number of complex questions coming into our play, which we have to address through universities as an institution. This is what we're trying to do, and more in Pakistan. I think that while we all agree that the way the universities have been structured and the way learning and teaching is going on in the universities is outdated, I think we should welcome the disruption. And AI is a disruption, but I think it is very welcoming disruption, which is looking at and questioning all our model of teaching learning in the universities level and how we approach in terms of our students' learning ability and different learning ability. I think that's what we need to see through. And if we agree that universities are not to teach old knowledge, previous knowledge, or bookish knowledge, the latest book which is published is 5 years old knowledge. If universities are not for that, then I think this is where problem comes in. Because to me, university is for the future knowledge. And university generate the future knowledge, future innovation, and society has to follow, industry has to follow. This is what not happening in Pakistan. I mean, think about top universities, top countries in research, top countries in innovation. Universities are gearing them forward. In here, we prepare students and we send them to industry. They say they're not ready for it. So there's one problem comes in that what universities are doing, what's the main role of universities. So if we're doing our research, innovation, bringing different products or processes or frameworks in the marketplace, and the society is adopting it, then we are at the top of it. If we're the followers are of it, then perhaps the university has to rethink itself. Why do we exist? I think the other problem in this dilemma comes in terms of the structural level of learning which is taking place in terms of frameworks, policies, and governance of these universities. While you rightly mention about personification of knowledge, like everything is happening in personalized level. Our system does not allow us in here, in Pakistan, to have that kind of adaptable, flexible way of like learning MOOCs, micro credentials, taking it somewhere else. And while we talk about that a number of learning which you can achieve from different places, where work-based learning is important, learning at internship is important, then why not we consider that? Why don't we recognize the APL, the accredited prior learning element? We don't have that model at all in Pakistan. That you cannot take few modules from here, what you have learned. I mean, I was yesterday battling with the PEC, which is the Engineering Council, and they would consider is that if you've done a master's, if you've done that is at no value. If you've done a PhD in engineering, is no value. Undergraduate, if you've done engineering, then you're considered as a member of the Pakistan Engineering Council. I say, but they're doing that from 19 to 23 years of age limit. What about somebody who's done a PhD from age of 30 to 35? Aren't they more mature? Shouldn't that be considered that knowledge? Yes, but our framework does not allow it. So I think we are back, and you go to Medical Dental Association, they exactly have same problem. And I was saying to one colleague, I think in the previously, who happened to be from the medical school, that we teach our students to give medication. We don't give them treatment. That's the problem. And this is what university exists for. So if you think about what university is offering is not only skill-based. If you have to do the skill-based, you don't need universities. Universities are not there for teach skill. Skills are taught to them to get to access to our job market, right? But what full package is provided them how to be an independent thinker, how to be a responsible person, how to be a productive member of the society, and live with the society. And those aspects is coming in from, not from taking only AI courses, which is ChatGPT. So there will be that we cannot avoid the complete infrastructure for these institutions. But we do have to rethink about how much infrastructure is needed. And in here, if you see the difference, quite complete difference between vocational-based learning, skill-based learning. Think about it, sitting in UK, sitting in USA, which kind of our students are employed outside? Medical doctor, purely fact-based learning, right? We are very good in rote learning. Engineering, IT, skill-based learning. None of the social scientists, no one from the business school, no one from social sciences school is employed outside. Why? And this is where the problem is. So where the skill base is, we talk about soft skill and hard skill. I think what university is going to provide for these students, so where we have our innovation labs, do the latest technology, teach new products for these people to learn from the universities and go and take it to industry, fine. What about the social science area? You know, what are we going to teach them in the universities? What model they're going to learn? Why do we need? Do we have labs for them? What learning they're doing, acquiring from the university infrastructure? So there is a very big challenge in terms of there. And in terms of teaching and learning, I think with respect, the pedagogies in Pakistani universities, Middle Eastern universities, even Indian universities are used, especially in social science. It should not exist. This is not adult learning at all. If you go to even a city school, Beacon House School, they have a better pedagogy of teaching and learning to our kids than what we're doing in the university level teaching and learning. So there is a big problem. And coming to Madam Huma, you were saying earlier on, once they've done some thinking and innovation kind of experiments, they find out once you send the students, kids to school, they're more imaginative, they're more innovative. The way we bring them, we reform them by restrictive thinking into school, to college, and they become to university. They become, in the end, whatever you want to call them, they're, brain dump people who are sitting in there, who are all told not to think anything beyond. And this is where the problem is in classroom teaching and learning, as we're saying. We have to, not to reimagine university, we have to reimagine the classroom in terms of how we're doing the teaching and learning. So it's not about the students. I think my biggest problem is we have 8,000 students. I got about 600 faculty members. Out of them, 300 are PhDs, 70% of them from foreign qualified. Good researchers, very good researchers, they publish paper. They don't know how to manage the class and what to teach in the classroom. And this is where the problem is, that they don't know how to teach in the classroom. They can be good researcher. A good researcher is not a good teacher. And unless we can bring in our recognition system, promotion system, progression system, looking at what we want to generate for the society, it's not only publishing 10 papers and give them a professorship which they are aspiring for. And this is where the structural changes are needed in terms of reskilling our faculty. If we reskill our faculty, the best faculty I got was, he was 72 years old, Jim Hiskett at Howard Business School. And once he was speaking, it was pin drop silence. Nobody can take away his or her eye out of him. 72 years old, so energetic that what learning I've done with him in a period of 3 months, I've not learned it all my life. So this is where the power of teacher comes in. So you cannot take away that power of teacher from the classroom. And this is what I was saying, that you have experienced online learning during COVID time. The kind of BAMZs we have produced during that period, you can compare them that where they are if they were in a physical classroom. And this is what we experienced, the model of blended learning from the Dubai experience. So we know that unless they come into some area of physical classroom, their learning is not complete, the social infrastructure is not there. They don't think about together we are bouncing ideas and taking things forward, living in society, networking, and character building, which you get from there.
When we started from here, obviously the discussion was around reimagining universities, and when we reached in the middle, so it shifted to reimagining the classroom. So now what you are talking about is actually reimagining the professor. So let's see where we end up, So that is an interesting one. And also, I think I also have this conversation with universities and educational institutions. And I always tell them that this AI is threat and a disruption to a teacher who is just transferring knowledge. So because that transferring is happening so well that, we cannot match it and we cannot personalize to that extent. So what is actually missing is the imagination part, is the future part, how you are preparing the student for the future. So that is becoming more and more important, where a professor can help them to imagine future. So the most important member in the room, I won't say elephant in the room, is Higher Education Commission. So, मैं एंड पे डॉक्टर नदीम जावेद की तरफ आना चाह रहा हूँ, चूँकि वो हमारी चेयर भी नहीं ज्वाइन कर सकी, तो I would like him to, just reflect on the discussion overall that has happened. But, HEC is obviously, two questions I have, obviously, how much discussion is happening right now within HEC to changing these governance models of universities to adapt to this future that is in front of us? And second, also, I think there are a lot of questions around, again, around this 4 year of education degrees. Universities के अंदर ये 4 year का model, I understand एक stage पे IT में I think there was a discussion कि 2 year degree introduce करवाई जाए और इस तरह की discussion जो है. So what is happening within HEC and how you are working towards guiding universities or providing them support in this transformation process?
First, I was just on the lighter side, has made a mention about HEC. Sometimes I get pleasure when somebody is talking against HEC. A year ago, I was sitting on the other side of the table and had the same feeling. So I'm sometimes happy to hear that, because I cannot say anything about HEC because I'm getting salary from there. So I don't tell this to my chairperson. So this is I think there's a philosophical issues with our education system, because I'm academics basically. I did my PhD from King's College London in 1995 in artificial intelligence, and this was mainly in the artificial neural networks. And even that time, before that, in '89, the internet was invented incidentally in San Geneva. And people were thinking about this, that after the internet, we will not need a book and teacher. But it's my personal belief that there's no replacement to book and teachers. They will exist, but their role will be always changed. Like the teacher should not be like a teacher teaching in a classroom, is a moderator. And the nature of the classroom and university will also change. It will not be a place where people will go for teaching, but they'll go for maybe activities. That will convert it to activities. A classroom will be an activity place rather than a classroom for teaching purpose. So we actually know what is the expectation from a university. That is important, we need to know. I think, again, this is my personal belief that universities are famous for research output. They're not famous because you see MIT, Harvard, Stanford, Cambridge, and these big names. Did you hear anywhere that so-and-so is a good teacher in MIT? We always talked about how many Nobel laureates in those universities, they are now competing in the number of Nobel laureates. And then when I was in King's College, Imperial College, UCL, and in Cambridge, they were always competing on this, that how many Nobel laureates they have. So everywhere they talk about research. So our expectation, if our expectation from the university to create graduates that will go to industry, I think that is the mismatch. And there's the demand actually change. And that is change, maybe that's clashing with the philosophy of the existence of the university. And then another thing I have seen in the curriculum, because that is the area where also I work a lot, I'm also holding another position, that is the Vice Chairman of the Computing Council. Again, I'm responsible for those all mess that is created by the Computing Council. And we normally develop curriculum to enable students to learn skills. We are not actually teaching skills to them in the classrooms. The foundation, the fundamental aspects of the discipline is normally taught at the university. And the industry is actually asking for skills. They need something ready-made. And actually the industry in Pakistan, they're the medium, even they're not the medium. Most of the industry, especially in the IT, they are the small scale industries. So what they need ready-made people. They go and they start exporting software, and they're getting it is services industry, so they're getting maybe projects from outside, and they straight away need somebody to solve their problems. So that is the skill normally, and I think we should not teach only the skill, but we enable students to learn skills. So that's very important. The foundation, the fundamental aspects of the discipline should be taught at the university. So now coming to the GC, what we are doing actually, we are also, to be honest, we are also confused that yes, we are part of the society, and the whole educational and the whole system is an ecosystem. The full ecosystem is required to be considered, and this includes industry, government, society, student, parents, and then the university itself. There are autonomous bodies. So by Act and by this, one thing HEC is working on right now is that trying to enable university, to make them enabled to make decisions. And the reason why the universities cannot make good decisions is maybe partially about the Act, like somebody mentioned, the Act and the rules regulation. What I think is the age of the university that is very important. And you see the age of university in Pakistan, 60 universities were in 2002-1, and now we have got 269 universities right now. So 200 university is in the age of just 20, 25 years, which is not really. There are some university in Cape especially, there's no teacher at this time, no permanent teacher available. All of them, they are running the university with the visiting teacher. And this is because of the age of the university is less than 10 years. So I think a university like with this age, and then you are expecting that university will actually do everything, that is something maybe does not match with the philosophy of the university. The university should be created. And another thing is how universities, they are generalized, most of them. They do everything. There's again because of the reflection of society, you see. If suppose sugar cane is giving good business to farmers, everybody start cultivating sugar cane. The same in the universities. If IT, that is the boom IT, everybody has started IT. Even most of the university now have closed down engineering programs and they have started IT. See, and similarly, there was some like 10, 15 years ago, business degrees were at boom. So they stopped doing, even agriculture universities in some places, they have more students in IT than agriculture. And even some medical university, they started IT. So if you see, if you go to MIT and other universities, they have specialized program, they have they have a mindset, and they don't go out of that mindset. Here we do everything because why we are doing it? Because of the finance. It's because of the pressure they have from the government and from the HEC and others. You should produce, you should generate revenue. And I think it's again something serious issues that the university, I was vice chancellor in 3 universities. I don't write even with my CV now because there's a lot, 3, if you even aspiring to be again vice chancellor. But see, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure when I was vice chancellor that we should generate revenue, which is again really, if you see the total budget that we spent. I was even another thing I wanted to mention about technology because that is the subject. Right now we have this MB, just 40 kbs, which is the kilobyte internet speed per student in Pakistan. And in ideal situation, it should be 1 MB, which is so, there's a big difference. We are providing 100 GB internet to all 269 universities, and that we have 2.5 million students in the university. If I divide that by 2.5 million, that comes to just 40 kbs. And a small device in house that has got even more than 3 GB. So you see, there's something we need to look into that. We talk about AI, get this AI, you see, running an AI system, one is the ChatGPT, that is not maybe an AI, is a generative language. If I want to make an AI model in a university that I can sell out to the industry, without HPC, which is high performance computing, GPUs, and now there's another thing is coming, it's called TensorFlow, TFU, that is coming. That chip has already come. Without GPU, how you can run AI models? It's not possible really. You can run an AI model with a large data sets. So these are some things that HEC is very much like into this, that how to ensure the freedom of the university, that is the main thing, how to ensure the academic freedom of the faculty and same academic freedom of the student, that is also important. So all these things, we are working on this to make them enable, like in one case we did like getting permission for masters and PhD degrees. It is self-assessment based now. You don't need to really apply. And there's another committee that I'm heading that is on the ODL policy. So we are coming up with the ODL policy that university can start collaboration with each other, can even start collaboration with outside Pakistan universities, and they can work together on the ODL kind of education. That is a new thing. That's the need of the day, I think. So there's a lot of good things coming up, and the technology side, there's a lot of coming, and the HPC is coming in the UT Lahore. We are installing hybrid private cloud. This will be, I think, first in the South Asian country, that educational regulatory authority will have its own private cloud. And similarly, we have the data centers, which is already developed at the UT Lahore, and another is in ED, Karachi. 2 data centers has already been established. These are tier 3 data centers. You need these things, otherwise infrastructure is very important. You cannot run AI, DeepSeek, if you are bringing it, you need to have GPU, otherwise.
Thank you.
Okay.
So हमारा time थोड़ा सा ये है कि there are professors and artists जो है ना उनमें the competition चल रहा है, तो उसके बाद artist आने वाले हैं. So Dr. Nadeem Javed, you can reflect on the discussion that we have been having on this reimagining the role of universities. But one aspect I want to just ask you, because you've been part of public policy forums and decision-making bodies. The challenge that I see tomorrow for students particularly. With the pace AI is being adopted by organizations, there will be really less demand of entry-level jobs, entry-level professionals in any company. Like if we talk about a software engineer, earlier there were 10 software engineers doing the same work that now probably 2 software engineers are doing. So it used to happen in technology, automation, you've been a scholar in this field as well. But the way things are now changing is actually that, technology is not just for, IT programs or computer science. How universities need to adopt AI and digital era, that a students of masters in Urdu, a student of masters in Islamic studies, in economics, sociology, why don't they need to learn AI? So this is something that we really need to understand कि public policy के perspective में ये जो disruption होगी, जो इतनी youth है, educated youth जो है, we cannot afford that unemployment already very high. So 2 parts I want to request to you. One is obviously on the discussion that we have been having so far on reimagining universities, and second is public policy part कि इस सारी discussion में how can we take care of our youth, how can we enable them that they are employable and they can play more constructive role in the society. उसके लिए universities को क्या changes करनी चाहिए?
Thank you, Iftikhar, for building this context, and I think whatsoever have been said so far is very, relevant and very pertinent to. So when we are saying reimagining university, of course, as Dr. Huma said, that is the classroom, as Dr. Saab said, that is the professor. So all these ingredients make, something which we call university. And I'm coming back to the regulator's perspective, as Dr. Jamil Saab said, that primarily we need to look at that, what is the core job of the university? And I 100% agree that the core job of the university is to extend the knowledge frontier, and it's just like, might be that knowledge is not useful in that era for which, we are living in. Might be that knowledge is going to be very much relevant down the road. That's why, all the Nobel laureates, they get this recognition after 30, 40 years of their seminal work, which is being accorded, because by that time the society has embraced those ideas and they have incorporated it into the day-to-day functioning. So keeping in view this aspect, but of course when the knowledge frontier extension is the core job, then we cannot say that they are not responsible to train the minds. Okay, when I'm saying training the minds, then it's different. That's the basic difference between education and training. We used to, have this distinction. And education is that over where you train the mind so that the person can use that knowledge into the different contexts. Okay, but the training is over where you give a certain kind of, way of doing thing in particular context, and the moment you remove that context, the guy is totally irrelevant and that skill is totally irrelevant. So that's why, the technology, polytechnic institutes, those have been created for the guys who have lower level of IQ, but eventually you can use them because of multiple reasons, because due to the paucity of time, that's not the time to develop on that. But when it comes to the higher level IQs, that's why GRE and other tests are there to evaluate the IQs. And then the IQ level is beyond certain level, then you feel that this guy is good for doing PhD or doing this job of carrying out research for the decades to come. And what's the limitation? Now, having this context, let me talk to the limitations of digital era. The most important limitation of the digital era is that whatsoever is being there with the help of we are having from the chat GPT or from machines in this context, this all revolution or eruption is there because hundreds years of knowledge is, beneath this, what we are observing right now. And all this has been created into that primary research which Dr. Saab has just mentioned. If we are going to take away this role from the universities just to look at this small window over where there is a mismatch of skills, and we think that, okay, now perhaps the universities are going to be no more needed or are going to be irrelevant. So then basically what we are killing, that we are killing this flow of that knowledge which is then going to continue to feed in, and on that basis the generations to come after 100, 200 years, they are then going to take the advantage of that knowledge. So if we want to disrupt that creation of knowledge which is happening, just look at the basically chemistry professor, physicist, biologist, zoologist, what they are doing they are creating that kind of very basic new discovery which is not, if that would not have been there, then today's this digital era would not have been on that particular level. So now keeping in view this, what it will not be possible, that is this digital era can offer, and then the guys which are being, for which we are talking about to reimagine university, these are Generation Z and Generation Alpha. I also talked about this yesterday in the presidential address. So, and one thing is very clear, they think, they do things differently, as we, the analog generation perhaps cannot sometimes even imagine the pulse from where that is coming, because being the parents, we all know this. So what is the most important thing is that is the decision making. So at the day end, all the knowledge we have, it dialed down to one very core competence for the human being, and that is decision making. And then moving, I just take it to a step ahead, the contextual decision making. Yes, because it's right that the good surgeon is not the one who knows how to operate, rather the one who knows when to operate. Similarly, they says that the good generals are not the one who knows how to wage the war, rather the one who knows when to wage the war and when to surrender as well. So this is what is contextual decision making. And if we as professors and then the institutions or where we are serving, these are not inculcating this sense among this Z and Alpha generation, who have a very particular problem of attention span. Because now the attention span, there was a time they were saying that is a 3-minute attention span, and then after that you need something that is, you should crack a joke as a professor, you should again grab the attention of your audience and then give the next concept. But now this attention span has been reduced to 20 seconds. And might be, yes, the another view is that it is 3 to 5 seconds. So, so now the challenge is that in this context, how to then reimagine that. And one thing is very clear, the universities will remain there. We cannot, of course, but when we compare ourselves, our universities with the one which, the yardstick we use, the most of the famous names which Dr. Jamil has just pointed out, of course, first of all, there is a big gap. Okay, and then now having this modern, new, era in which digital kind of a thing will going to play an important role. This divide is going to increase, or we are going to converge. So there was a very interesting lecture yesterday by Professor Saveti, and his theory points out that there is a possibility that if you have the capacity to take this knowledge properly in the way, and then you can apply it, then there is a possibility that you can converge to the level over where the advanced societies are operating right now. So now in this context, I think our job now as a professor or as a university is going to increase manifold, because primarily it was the focus on IQ. and we need to, I mean, we were taking very good IQ, I mean, with IQ guys, the guys who were with very good IQ, and then preparing them for the future. But now I think this function of the university is going to be taken over by the artificial intelligence or machine. Why? Because they can offer you much more swiftly. It's just like, I mean, we had the encyclopedias in libraries when we were studying, and to, I mean, seek a very important, I mean, some information, we need to spend at least 30 minutes just to find the relevant volume, and then to reach to the relevant page and then read it. But then when it all came in the digital form, it made the job very much easy, and then Wikipedia came, the free mod, and it even made the job very much easy. So this function of improving the IQ is now, I mean, rest with it. But there are emotional intelligence. I mean, that's Dr. Homa just very rightly pointed out. Then there is social quotient. I mean, all these now guys, to whom you call, I mean, the gig economy. I mean, just look at, I have met few guys, I mean, they cannot talk to you, I mean, face to face, eyes to eye, just for 1 minute. And because if they are spending all day and night with the gadget, that's a serious problem. How to then take care of this particular aspect. Is the social quotient is equally important as IQ. Emotional quotient is even more important than IQ. As we were hearing in the morning, there's the mental disorders, I mean, where the society is going. And then the last one, and the most important one, and perhaps for which, I mean, the universities, we also got trained, never trained us for that. That is adversity quotient. So then in the face of adversity, how to, I mean, absorb that adverse phase of life and then again make yourself ready to start a new life. I think no university or no institution or no professor is only, I mean, some of the few good mentors we came across in our lives, they trained us for perhaps that, or your parents might have trained us for that. But generally, the university never, I mean, touched upon that. So I think now these three other dimensions, which were not already focused, are going to be much more important in the digital age. And together all this is then going to make that absorptive capacity, which I have talked about, and the Abramovitz concept, that we cannot take the advantage of the artificial intelligence until we have that, I mean, a certain degree of absorptive capacity to use these technologies for our societal welfare. So now coming back to your concern. I believe that there are few technologies which, as a student of technological catching up and technological change, what we have learned over the period of when I was preparing my PhD thesis or even my MPhil degree. So there is like, there are two kind of, I mean, possibilities. You can divide the technologies in. One is self-propelling. Okay, like just look at, I mean, nobody asked the common man to install solar panels on their roof, because it was the, I mean, feasibility, it was the, I mean, proposition that made the people, and once somebody installed it, it was the word of mouth, and then the way, I mean, this technology is being diffused is I mean, very encouraging. Similarly, there are certain technologies and those are not of, I mean, that much worth and value at that point of time, but certainly certain, I mean, in future, they could become very much important. And for that, then the visionary leaders of the sectors, visionary politicians, they look at them and then they try to inculcate them. And for that, then you need to make a lot of effort. So similarly, all those now which are self-propelling technology, self-propelling skill sets, I mean, you don't need to worry about them. People are going to learn them. Just look at them when the Oracle came. It was just, I mean, hardly 3 months, and there were a lot of train-the-trainer program. I could recall in 2001, 2, and after the train-the-trainer program, every university in Pakistan was doing that, and I mean, within, I think, few months, we had, I mean, army of experts on that technology. Just then look at ERP and some other things. So similarly, for these skills, I think we should not worry about. And once they are there, there are always quick fixes, and you can, train the people, and you can engage them. But for me, the most critical aspect is that is the management of this technological eruption from these sociological angles, which I've just pointed out, and I would like to listen from the audience as well and from the other learned colleagues here.
Thank you,
on this.
हम थोड़े से क्वेश्चन सिर्फ 3 से 4 लेते हैं, one by one लेंगे. Be precise, and then we can ask all the panelists to reflect on these questions. So because we have 10 more minutes, and so 2 question मैं रखना चाह रहा था और भी panelist के सामने, and I think one of probably you mentioned about the need of such huge infrastructure for universities. I understand Dr. Nadeem Javed mentioned that universities will continue to play a research role. But what kind of research? And do we need that sort of brick and mortar structure of universities that currently we've established? Large estate and infrastructure. What will be that future actually? तो इसी तरह का एक और question जो looming crisis है पाकिस्तान में, वो graduates की unemployment या underemployment है इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में. You mentioned probably engineers, and आपने social sciences की भी बात की है. So you keep these 2 questions with yourself. So last, just I'll give you 1 minute only to reflect on these both questions, and then other 3 questions that we are taking. So it's a difficult job to moderate a panel with professors, और professors भी वो जो vice chancellor बन चुके हों. तो anyhow, so आप बताएं जी.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम. मेरा क्वेश्चन HEC के मेंबर से है. मैं PhD का स्टूडेंट हूँ, और हमारे एक के अंदर हमें अंडरस्टैंडिंग कुरान और इस तरह के सब्जेक्ट्स भी दिए गए हैं. तो इस तरह के इररिलेवेंट सब्जेक्ट्स को क्या हम HEC की जो डेल्सी प्रोग्राम है इसको हार्नेस करके क्या रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकते कि वो जो स्टूडेंट्स ने कोर्सेरा के थ्रू कुछ कोर्सेज किए हुए हैं उनको उन क्रेडिट आवर्स में एडजस्ट करके एक तो हम अप टू डेट कर सकते हैं अपनी लर्निंग को, और जो इंडस्ट्री के रेलेवेंट भी है, और जो इररिलेवेंट चीज़ें हैं उनको हम अपने डिग्री प्रोग्राम से निकाल सकते हैं.
थैंक यू जी, थैंक यू. आई थिंक पॉइंट वेल टेकन. जो विल कम टू नैनो क्रेडिट्स, माइक्रो क्रेडिट्स. We started with Dr. Saad Liaqat's conversation on this idea of universities collaborating with other partners, and I think that question is still lingering on, so we'll come to the universities. आप note करते जाएं kindly questions अगर panelists, so that हम 4-5 ले लेते हैं, and then you all can reflect 1 or 2 minutes. जी.
This is really a great honor to speak to so many learned people. Actually, I was taking my notes and doing some prompt engineering on ChatGPT during the session to ask the questions, but it really logged out right now. So I'll be back with my, just 2 questions. So my one question is, number 1 question is that in this fast pace, like information flow and different types of skills and things, like is it really a matter for the universities to produce the job seekers, or they want to be more focused on producing the purpose-driven change agents? This is my first question. And my second question is from Dr. Huma, that is it really possible to teach entrepreneurship?
Thank you. इस साइड से कोई जी आप बिल्कुल साइड. So I'm giving chance to younger people जो है अपने grievances भी बताएं.
मेरा क्वेश्चन जो है वो डॉक्टर हुमा से ये है, हमने स्टार्ट किया री इमेजिंग यूनिवर्सिटी, देन री इमेजिंग क्लासरूम, फाइनली री इमेजिंग प्रोफेसर. तो आप प्लीज़ इसके ऊपर भी डिस्कशन कीजिए कि हमें क्या स्टूडेंट्स के रोल को री इमेज करने की ज़रूरत है कि नहीं. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
ग्लोबली सर क्लीन एनर्जी की ट्रांजिशन हो रही है. यूनाइटेड नेशंस के भी जो SDGs हैं उसमें SDG 7 इज़ क्लीन एंड चीप एनर्जी. बड़ी फॉर्चुनेट दो चीज़ें हुई. एक ग्लोबली जो सोलर पैनल्स की प्राइसेस है वो डाउन हो गई. जो पैनल 140 रुपये वॉट था, इट गॉट ड्रॉप डाउन टू 30 रुपीज़ वॉट पैनल की प्राइस. और चाइना ने जो पैनल्स भेजने थे Tier 1 के अमेरिका और यूरोप की मार्केट में, उधर एंटी डंपिंग ड्यूटी लग गई, तो वो सारे पैनल्स जो हैं वो पाकिस्तान आ गए. अब लकीली ये था कि हमारी जो एनर्जी पॉलिसी थी उसके मुताबिक 2030 तक हमने 30% रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का शेयर करना था, जो कि इस वक्त भी 4 और 5% पे था.
क्या करें?
हाँ, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में यह है कि नाउ गवर्नमेंट इज शूटिंग ऑन द फुट. वो ये कह रही हैं कि वो जो नेट मीटरिंग का रजीम है उसको रिवाइज कर रहे हैं, जिससे डिस्करेज हो रहे हैं. 3 years बैक जो पैनल इंपोर्ट हुए हैं वो 6 गीगावाट. अभी
यूनिवर्सिटीज़ क्या करें अभी?
यूनिवर्सिटीज़ शुड एडवाइज टू द गवर्नमेंट कि वो नेट मीटरिंग के रजीम को रिवाइज ना करें एंड लेट
साहब को कहेंगे वो करेंगे.
लीप फ्रॉग कर लें उसको एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन.
थैंक यू जी. मोइन साहब, लास्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे.
सर क्वेश्चन ये है कि जो 73 का स्ट्रक्चर अभी तक चल रहा है, तो डिसरप्ट कैसे किया जाए? देखें, अगर चेंज लाना है तो डिसरप्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो तरीका बताएं कि ये जो सारा इकोसिस्टम है 269 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ का, ये पूरी तरह डिसरप्ट हो जाए और इसमें से एक नए यूनिवर्सिटीज इमर्ज करें. थैंक यू.
सो मैंने क्वेश्चन सेशन बंद कर दिया था, लेकिन मेरे उस्ताद भी बैठे हुए हैं, तो इसलिए.
Thank you, Arman ji. I think is a very short question and relating to it as well. What Moin Saab said is the political economy of higher education. We are reimagining the universities from the perspective of knowledge and so from the teachers, students, and classroom and so, but not from the role of government. Means how the government is reimagining the universities. That is a very important. In one way or the other, giving 400 million, 600 million. Fazal Saab said very rightly, in fancy stage of the universities. But at the same time, if you look at the challenges, economic challenges particularly, Dr. Zubair is also mentioned, and the big universities are facing, the small universities are facing, and at the same time, the government is playing the political economy role in a way that every 30 and 35 kilometers there is a university in KPK, and even in the Punjab as well. So how the government can reimagine the universities.
को de-imagining भी कह सकते हैं. So in any case, I would request our panelists if you can reflect on these questions, plus so just 1 minute if you can summarize.
Just if you allow me, ma'am, आपने जो professor की बात की, तो I just wanted to share an anecdote about a professor's role in if you allow me, it's a small joke that I want to crack. That in any international university, there was a class going on and there was a news that broke. There was an accident and one of their classmates have unfortunately met that accident and he has died. Cut to that point where that young man has about to die, had been there for the last moments. The angel comes in and he said that, okay, I'm going to take you away. He just pleads with him that please give me one more day, I just want to spend one more day. And this is all about the student's environment. So he says that, okay, I don't have 1 day's time, I can give you only 1 hour. So where do you want to spend that 1 hour? He said that I want to go to Professor A's class. So he said, okay, I'll send you to the Professor A's class, and abracadabra. And he was there in the classroom. And everybody was happily surprised that we have heard that you have died and this and that. So what really happened? So he retold the story that I met an accident, I asked the angel to please give me 1 day, he gave me only 1 hour. So here I am in your classroom to spend the one last hour of my life with you. The professor's bosom just expanded like that. Oh, I'm so favorite. I'm so good a teacher that you are spending your last 1 hour with me. The child said, no, professor. Your lecture is so painful that 1 hour is like a lifetime. So this painfulness of the professor's environment has to change. The redundancy that I talked about earlier is what is going to kill all the professors professionally. All redundant element is going to be taken away. And the point Moin Saab has just pointed out, that the decision making, I often talk to the political economic leaders, the bureaucracy, the political elders and other people. I just say one thing: please let us breathe and we will deliver you. When I say that there is a regulatory stranglehold around my neck as a Vice Chancellor, and every other Vice Chancellor can relate to that, it's not only about act, it's not only about policies, it's the very essence of decision making. If as a disruptor, I want to make a decision, as a Vice Chancellor, I'm saying you do, I cannot take that decision. Because of that stranglehold that is around my neck, and because of that 73 environment, and because of the political economy and the bureaucratic structure. I was just referring to, sir, कि मैंने अगर छुट्टी लेनी हो ना, छुट्टी, तो मुझे 13 different offices में से गुजरना पड़ता है. तो आप फरमाइए कि मैं disruption के बारे में decision कब लूं, कहां से लूं और कैसे लूं.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Last, I think sabat ek tagayyar ko hai zamane mein. The change is happening. The point is that it may not be very fast, but I think conferences and meetings like this one actually are very important and critical to bring all the stakeholders and the government officials to make them aware and realize that how fast the world is moving. And the academics, along with the policymakers and the regulators, I think is very important and critical to bring the kind of change. Yes, you are right that in spite of all the difficulties Dr. Saab is mentioning, still you can bring a lot of good examples in Pakistan, and you can do it, I mean, within the limitations in spite. But if you remove all these difficulties, certainly the pace of development is much more economic. University's role is very important, and these are the places of learning for scholarship, for research and innovation. Of course, employment is one of the big requirement, but if you look at the graduate attributes of the different programs, then you realize that at the end of the 3-year or 4-year, how you are going to attain those. And if comp skills and if lifelong learning is not there, then how you can actually expect that the student would attain those learning outcomes. So these are the difficulties and challenges in the curriculum that we have to look at it. And of course, all these things that and the points that have been raised, students are very important stakeholders. The UK government has started Office of Students. They have come up with the teaching excellence framework. They have brought this research excellence framework. HEC is now planning to have updation of their ORICs with these new models that other countries are following. So I think the technology is very critical to bring the kind of change and also the learning outcome. I mean, with these 270 universities, how can you bring the learning outcome? But I think if you adopt the technology, you can save a lot of difficulties. And the other important thing is coordination and resource sharing of the universities, which you were talking earlier about brick and mortar. We have limited resources, and people say resources are limited, but creativity is unlimited. So we have to see that how best we can use those resource sharing facilities, or just keep on replicating the same kind of programs in all universities and then expecting different results. That may not be possible. Thank you.
To the questions that came my way, there was just one word about this young gentleman who's a PhD student and who spoke about how you're being instructed to do Quranic teachings right up to PhD level. We've also been instructed to do character building at Karachi University level, not just Karachi University. So like what I said in my earlier comments, it is this constant mindset to privilege order over everything else. So it is about indoctrination, it is about societal engineering, and because we know that 70% of our demographic portion is youth, the entire focus is towards universities, to the extent that with the insurgency is happening, we are also asked to identify students who may have those tendencies. Now, universities work differently. They don't work with indoctrination. They work with allowing critical thinking to emerge to a point where you reject negativity. So I think that is a basic framework that needs to be addressed, and I don't know at what level and who will. And then I was asked a question on entrepreneurship, and if we can teach entrepreneurship. You know, we have also with this, again, a problem of the society, because we cannot have jobs for our graduates. So we've come up with a narrative that there should be entrepreneurship, and we should be asking students to become job creators rather than job seekers. Again, a very limited focus on a problem. Entrepreneurship is a mindset. It is a mindset where you think out of the box and you find solutions. And you can be sitting anywhere and be an entrepreneur. It's not about startups alone. So that may have responded, I'm trying to respond to that question. And then reimagining the student, this question from this side, if we should reimagine the students, we are stuck in what I call a capitalist paradigm of teaching. We work for profits and not for needs. In societies like ours, we become confused where we merge the whole construct of making profits and catering to needs. So student is largely a consumer. And for private universities, it is about attracting the consumer. Essentially that. But the profits or the market will work for profits, and the profit makers will work in areas where there is a potential for profits. But more than half of Pakistan, it has to have a need-oriented approach and not a profit-oriented approach. So I think those are basic constructs that need to be understood. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
I think I'll pick up where you're leaving. In a way, I start with the political economy. So I just give a little bit my 2 pence on it, not the whole aspect of it, before I move to other aspect. I think higher education is a luxury. It's not a right. And I think this is people have thought wrongly in the society. Okay, going to university, having university education is a must. And this is creating problem with the political economy and creating more universities and sending and funding those universities. So outside Pakistan, perhaps, I mean, my UK experience and even USA doesn't happen. My daughter went to University of Leeds. She has a £50,000 debt to pay off. And she will, as she get a job, she'll be carry on paying it. That's how it works if you're going to universities. Not everything is paid for. Yeah, so I think this is where I think we have to start thinking about imagining future graduates who put money from their own pocket. Damn well they will be learning in the classroom. Damn well will be responsible. Damn well they will be taking the ownership of learning and get a job. Whatever degree they do, even they do English, literature, they do social science, they will be so good whatever they do, get a job in the end. And this is where the problem, one of the problem is. But because, but you cannot take away a role of universities altogether. Because if you see about the developed countries, UK, America, France, there's 1% of intellectuals who are running the whole society, whole country. Only 1% who goes to their Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial, and so on. They are needed for forward thinking, future thinking, and they're making the policy making, and they're taking the whole, and this is their role. So I think we cannot take away the role of universities, what they can contribute in terms of innovation, in terms of thinking, and in terms of societal building. So that aspect has to be done. I'll come to the other question, which was about character building element. And I think the problem university has to face is that we are doing those things which should be done in the school level. The school and college level, those things have not been done. We're teaching Islamic studies. It's still 5 pillars in Islam के ना, वो change नहीं हुआ है. अभी curriculum देखा वही है जो मैंने बचपन में 40 साल पहले पढ़ा था 5वीं क्लास में. It's still same thing they are teaching in the university. They are fed up. The students are fed up with the same thing learning. हमें they are not learning critical thinking. लेकिन ये कहते हैं कि उन्होंने क्योंकि मिस आउट कर दिया है, करेक्टर बिल्डिंग नहीं हुई है, तो वही इस्लामियात के, वही पाकिस्तान स्टडीज़ के. And I look at the Pakistan studies curriculum. It's not my subject. I was horrified to see कि Pakistan studies curriculum, मैंने कहा उसमें reading list दो, there was no one Pakistani author in the book. So whose philosophy are you reading? You know, which curriculum are you reading? I'm asking these questions from those social scientists who are developing these curriculums. एक और जो पॉइंट सुबह भी क्वेश्चन हुआ था, उस वक्त मैं खैर टाइम नहीं था, जो मैं बात करूंगा इस वक्त वो AI के रिलेटेड है कि इज AI गोइंग टू टेक ओवर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ एंड उस्ताद का रोल है, कैन दे टेक ओवर? इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन. देखिए जो रोबोटिक का कॉन्सेप्ट था 1937 में आई रोबोट, आइजैक एसिमोव का एक नॉवल था लिटरेचर का, वहाँ से शुरू हुआ था. 1952 में ट्यूरिंग ने कहा मशीन एज इंटेलिजेंट मशीन एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग. उसके बाद 70s में जो ना जब कंप्यूटर आया उसके बाद डेटाबेस शुरू हुई. यू नो वी लर्न अबाउट डेटाबेस SQL एंड ऑल बेसिक थिंग, आपको तो याद ही होगा. उसके बाद हमने जो ना डेटाबेस के बाद एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम शुरू किया. फर्स्ट एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम विच आई लर्न वाज डेंड्रिल एंड मेसिन और माइसिन कह लें. वो डॉक्टर्स के लिए था कि मेडिकल डॉक्टर्स को 1970s में अगर उनको हेल्प चाहिए, वहाँ से एक्सपर्ट सिस्टम का जो ना AI की जो ना शुरुआत हुई थी. लेकिन वो यही था कि डॉक्टर को रिप्लेस कर देंगे. अभी मैं किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में जाता हूँ, मुझे ये क्वेश्चन होता है कि AI इज गोइंग टू रिप्लेस ह्यूमन बीइंग. इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू हैपन. क्योंकि देखिए डेटा से गए हम इंफॉर्मेशन पर, इंफॉर्मेशन के बाद हम गए नॉलेज पर. इन अर्ली 90s शेफील्ड बिजनेस स्कूल, आई वाज द फर्स्ट प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर ऑफ MSc in knowledge management in the world, and I had students coming in, flying in for weekends from New York, from Sydney and from York in Canada, only for taking that class. Like after a few years that dispersed. Knowledge management stayed only one subject as one course, but not a whole program thing. उसके बाद AI की बात आई. So you have data, you have information, you have knowledge, you have intelligence. So we're dealing with intelligence. But there is one thing we should not forget. Beyond intelligence comes wisdom. And as long as human beings are wise, the professors, individuals, we are wise, will be above the artificial intelligence. So I think we have to look at, are we developing our intellect to the level that we stay human and with wisdom. I think we will be winning the game as long as we do that.
Coming back to the, I think, political economy question, that there is a lot of, at every 30 kilometers we have a university. But I think just this is one side. If you look at the other side of the data, we are, I think, tertiary enrollment is hardly 13%. But when you compare it, India is 32%, Sri Lanka 26%. So even in the region, we are, half of what our neighboring countries have. So when we look at that data, even the existing number of universities are not enough, keeping in view the way, every year we are adding in one New Zealand to the Pakistan's population. So you could imagine, when it comes to, of course, their financial management, I think partially there was an answer that if private universities can earn, why the public sector universities can't, have their financial models, or where they are going to have some additional sources of earning? Why, they are not diversifying from their, very narrow base to the broader base? There's a big question, and we as a professors should ask, and we also as citizens should consider that. And eventually the budgets will always remain constrained, keeping in view every year universities will continue to increase, number of universities will continue to increase, number of students will continue to increase, but that's how, where is the creativity of the professors and the universities itself? So they have to look at that, how to, particularly financial sustainability could be, added to their existing governance model. And then coming to this question of, disruption, I don't think so that disruption is going to pay anybody in the society. It's always evolution. If you look at even to the Europe after Second World War, even to the other, just a very recent example is Vietnam. I mean, they went through such a, I mean, hectic guerrilla warfare, and then the nation built itself. And again, they are, as a resilient nation, they are there. And keeping in view this, we are also very resilient. Just look at, I mean, $32 billion we lost in one floods. I mean, we had 2 wars. India never, I mean, gave us the due share after the partition. But the nation continued to, I mean, operate, continue to grow. And of course, the kind of development we have is, we should appreciate it. But of course, there are imperfections as well. We need to build them, but we need to build them with a mindset of evolutionary approach rather than to think about revolutions or disruptions. So that's what is my humble, I mean, suggestion on that. Yes, please.
So I'll only address one of the points by my brother here who mentioned being agents of change, and Dr. Homa's comment about universities being places for critical thinking, and sort of that gives me an idea that it should be freedom of thought and freedom of expression within moral bounds of society and so on. But I recall my time at the university where I was forced to attend classes, and it still goes on. My daughter goes to university, my eldest one, she's university going, and she goes to what I would think is a progressive university in Pakistan, and they are still forced to attend classes. Attendance is taken, and if she skips more than certain percentage, then yeah, she can't sit exams. She lost her love for learning, whatever she wanted to do in the first semester. And I had to reprogram her to stop thinking about that because this is something she cannot change. I recall my time where I was almost expelled from the university because I refused to attend classes of certain teachers that did not inspire me. I still got A grades, that's why they kept me enrolled, but SRA case, and still goes on. So then we have, by virtue of sort of the society we live in, we are not allowed to think freely and act freely and so on, so that won't change quickly or within a generation. But being agents of change, at least universities historically and globally have been places where thought and expression has been allowed to nurture. And if, as vice chancellors, this is not an answer to the gentleman, but as vice chancellors, whatever within your limits you can do, at least if you can do away with the attendance policy and allow them to live and breathe within universities. I don't know if you can do that or not. So.
Was again the very good question, especially disruption. That is another meeting also we are talking about this. I think it will only come within the university. Nobody from outside can bring it to the university because of the society that we have, because of the culture that we have. And who will bring the disruption and change in the university is the teacher. If they, with the teacher, when they change the commercial thinking, the disruption will automatically come. Because our teacher, student, university, all these 3 entities, they are so now commercial. They are really thinking about money, really thinking about the revenue generation and all. If that thinking, that mindset is changed, then the disruption will come. It cannot come from outside. And the question about the PhD student, about the Quranic study, and that is also, the issue is not with this, that what we are asking, each is here, somebody asking about the Quranic study or any the Pakistan studies, the curricula that we have is very rigid. It does not actually encourage the academic freedom of the student. That is the issue. Actually, we do not need to give the list of courses or fix it. We need to give the framework of the curriculum. That is important. So if that comes, like if you go to the top class universities in the world, you will not see that there will be fixed courses. They will just say core 1, core 2, elective 1, elective 2. It's up to the student and to the teacher. Whatever courses they can teach, whatever course is good for them, they can teach in that. And then you just come up with competency levels, the KPIs, that is important. It's not I write the contents. If I write the course contents, I'm killing the creativity. And that is what the HEC, that is a mistake we have done by the council and the curriculum committees that we have. They are fixing everything so much that you don't have any freedom as a teacher, do not have any freedom as a university. And that attendance issue, all those things, that should be left to the university only. The competency, what I need from a bachelor's degree, what I need from a PhD degree, and what I need from a master's degree. That is important. Only I need the KPI. And I can give you one example about the courses. You see, if you study the Chinese curricula and the Chinese academics structure, they are teaching 160 credit out to the best student. They are teaching philosophy of Mao Zedong, they are teaching the communism philosophy and so on. You see their engineering courses, engineering discipline. And here in Pakistan, if we just increasing from 130 to 131, even students, they start crying. So I think we need to also change our mind that we need to study more and more, and the philosophy is very important, especially the Quranic study. Looking to this from this point of view, what competency I'm getting from the Quranic study or Pakistan study, not only this, what is actually the course countries. So these are something that I wanted to just.
Thank you.
You know, when we were talking about political economy of universities, I think we have again, we're being very Pakistan specific. What is happening in the United States with Harvard and Columbia is also political economy of universities.
Not a good example to be followed. So in any case, I think we are concluding it, and Dr. Zubair mentioned about that 1 hour of, with that professor. So all of you had 2 hours with 8 professors actually. So I really appreciate your patience. Yeah. So I won't be summarizing today's conversation. That again, ChatGPT has actually taken over that job of summarizing everything. Research paper, literature, books. So I think there is an important discussion that we had, and this should continue, and obviously this was one panel. So all of these subjects, all of these issues that we've raised, they require in-depth discussion. And as a moderator, I'll also submit my report to the PIDE, and I think they can take it forward, how they can build this agenda, and they can continue this dialogue, engaging more with the government, students, and also next time having, students in the panel as well, so that they can also tell us that how we need to reimagine ourselves. So more women on the panel. So thank you very much, everyone. To the PIDE, Dr. Nadeem Javed, and all these panelists.
Hello. Please come for the group photo. Adil. Clear correct. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Side screens भी change कर